morning. This is so exciting. My name is Kate Weiland, and I am the Chief Operating Officer here at Concurrency. I know many of you in the room, some very familiar faces. Really, welcome, and thank you for coming on this fine Thursday. We have a lot to cover today, and it is my job to introduce some very special people that are here to present to us today. I'm going to start by acknowledging a couple of the Concurrency solution architects that are going to be here upstage. Can I say this is stage? This is our first post-pandemic event, by the way, so not bad for to fill the room. I'm really excited about this. We have Chris Blackburn, who's here from Minneapolis. We also have Nate Lesnowski, our CTO, for those of you who have not met Nate. Brian Hayden, Solution Architect, and Lewin Wang, also Solution Architect. I don't want to forget to acknowledge our friends from Microsoft. Thank you so much for being here. We have a couple of you that traveled a very long distance. Am I good? Because that noise, like the chalkboard nail thing. Okay. Thank you, friends from Microsoft, for being here and for your support, Michael Welton. Really appreciate everything that you've done for Concurrency over the last 5 years. Your support, your partnership has meant a lot. We'll be hearing from Michael today. And last but not least, I am thrilled and honored to present my friend, Tim Dickson, CIO from Generac. I would love to say that, welcoming Tim not only to Concurrency, but to Milwaukee in the role of CIO has been really, I would say, life industry changing. Tim has just been a breath of fresh air, really elevating manufacturing and what manufacturing and technology can do together. Such an advocate for innovation and change, and for you to be here as our main speaker, keynote speaker today, is really an honor. So thank you, Tim. Take it away.
Awesome. I think I should give Kate a hug for that, guys. That was an awesome introduction, so thank you so much. And actually, it's great that she opened it up with that, because it's not very often that you get to come together with friends, and I see a lot of friends in common. I'd like to introduce everybody and meet everybody before we're done here, to talk about a topic that I am just extremely passionate about. And I refer to that as my digital ambition. And you'll hear all about this today. I've got an hour's worth of content. I've got stories. I've got pictures. I've got videos. So you're going to get to know me very well in terms of sort of my thought process, my frameworks, my structures, my approach to lead Generac's transformation and do it in a digital way. So guys, this is going to be fun. If you question anything in this presentation at all, ask this guy right here in the front row, Chachi. He's on my team. He's here to validate everything that I'm saying. And like I said, this is a conversation of possibilities, guys. So please, I want to make this interactive. Stop me in the middle of slides, ask me questions, but let's just have a lot of fun. So I do these types of things for 3 reasons. One is to raise the brand awareness of Generac here in the state of Wisconsin. I actually moved here 2 years ago. I've been in my role 2 years, and I actually thought that Generac was not as well known in the state of Wisconsin than it was nationwide. Could be because we're out in southwest Waukesha County. We're not downtown, but nonetheless, I always take the opportunity to raise awareness of the Generac brand. 2, I am huge on sharing best practices. I love to showcase the great work that my team does. I like to showcase the great work that we do with vendor partners, strategic vendor partners, and I love collaborating with folks like yourself, where I give and receive at the same time and sharing some of these best practices. So if you have something you want to share, let's talk after the presentation. And then really kind of the purpose of this presentation is not looking at IT. Yes, I'm the CIO, I run IT for Generac Power Systems, but I love to change the brand perception of IT in the minds of our business stakeholders and executives and business partners and customers. And I love to do that with and through a digital lens. So keep that in mind. There's a huge technology innovation aspect to this, but keep in mind that digital theme throughout the whole presentation. Sound like a plan? All right, let's do it. Okay, who the heck is Tim Dickson? Well, I'm a huge Green Bay Packers, Milwaukee Brewers, Milwaukee Bucks. I hail, does anybody know where this picture is from in the state of Wisconsin? Across Wisconsin. What's that?
I did.
We did it right there, awesome. So I grew up in La Crosse. My grandfather, in fact, was one of the original painters of that old style six-pack right downtown La Crosse. So I grew up in La Crosse, went to junior high in La Crosse, and my dad, who worked for Train, got transferred, so I left La Crosse 30 years ago. So it's just awesome that I'm able to come back to the state of Wisconsin 30 years later and really do some of the things that I'm doing here in the city and for the state of Wisconsin. So obviously you can tell I'm a big sports fan. My kids love going to games with me as well. And this guy over here and I get together every once in a while and trade some stories and secrets, and I did not know that he was not immunized. Okay, a little bit about my background. So I'd like to say I worked for the big four, HP, IBM, Dell, Motorola, a few startups in between. I've been acquired, I've done acquiring through PayPal and JDA. I even spent some time in higher education, learned a ton about AI, digital through higher education. It's all about student experience. And all of those experiences and all of those cities I've lived in, all of those cultures, all those people, all those industries have led me back to Generac. Generac was looking for somebody. First time CIO in the history of Generac, by the way. Generac was looking for someone who's been a lot of places, done a lot of things, and to bring those learnings into a company that was just significantly booming and just needed a different perspective from the technology point of view. I went to Penn State undergrad. No, I did not go to Wisconsin. Sorry about that, but my brothers and sisters did. Went to Texas for my MBA, and just an awesome experience at UT. I majored in something called the Center for Customer Insight. It was the early days of design thinking. I've been both certified at Texas and the D School out in Stanford in design thinking. Really taught me at the time, I was a developer, believe it or not, taught me to put myself in the place of a customer, see things from the customer perspective, spend the day in the life of the customer, and everything that I've done since then, 20 years ago, since I graduated, has been with a technology flair, but an interest and a passion around the customer. I'm on the customer, yeah, a little bit battery there, Jesus, that would be awful. For an electric EV guy, we're running out of power here on the PC. I'm on the executive customer boards for Netscope, who's a cybersecurity company, as well as UiPath for automation. I leverage both those technologies in what I do. I'm a firm believer of personality tests. Who in here has taken a personality test? Yeah? Yeah, I'm gonna get under each and every one of you guys through this, but I've given my entire team the DISC assessment. I am a solid I, enthusiastic, energetic, outgoing, like to get to know everyone personally, professionally, like to give a lot of hugs. Sorry about that, Kate, but that won't be the last one. And that is not your typical CIO. I'll tell you right now, a CIO, especially a technology leader, is typically not a solid I. You know, typically they're somewhere over here, right? Answer, dominant. And I've leveraged my personality, I believe, to get the most out of my team, to bring a different perspective to running an IT organization. On the Myers-Briggs side, I'm ENFP, touchy, feely, gut feel, get to know everybody personally, professionally. That's just my style. Okay, this is an awesome picture. Does anybody know where this is? Take a guess. Anybody know where these two pictures are in the city of Milwaukee?
That one's right from the lake.
It's from the airport.
That's the airport?
Yes. So 2 years ago, when middle of COVID, flying up to Milwaukee, got my hand sanitizer on, got my face mask on, interviewing at Generac Power Systems, summer of 2020. I get off the airplane, the Southwest terminal at General Mitchell Airport, and I see these two signs, and it just was a message from God. On the right-hand side, Generac was just absolutely booming. Our business is power. We're driven from power outages. There was 26 hurricanes in 2020. The company was absolutely growing. We've grown 3x in the last 4 years, and we've doubled in revenue in the last 2 years. So just a huge growth trajectory. Awesome brand name, awesome Wisconsin company. You know, I'm a hometown guy coming back, interviewing Generac for the CIO role, leading the digital transformation of an awesome company here in the state of Wisconsin. But yet on the left-hand side, I see this sign, Milwaukee. the Midwest's coolest, but yet most underrated city. So I thought from this message from God, wouldn't that be awesome if a hometown guy comes back to the state of Wisconsin, leads Generac in his digital transformation, at the same time, give back to the community, and make Milwaukee a tech town? Pretty awesome, huh? How can I pass up that opportunity? So here I am. So you can thank the message from God for making that happen. Okay, who are my friends from concurrency here? Anybody remember? Anybody know these guys here? So this is awesome for me to be here today because I love doing things and collaborating with folks here in town. If you guys don't know, Generac is a pure luck, coincidence, timing, call it what you will. I joined Generac at a time of huge significant growth, and for the first time ever, Generac became a platinum sponsor of Summerfest and the Milwaukee World Festival in early 2021, right after I joined. And with that sponsorship, I became the co-host of Summerfest Tech, a wonderful event in between the first and second weekends of Summerfest in downtown Milwaukee. And so I was thrust into the business of event planning, community service, locking in speakers, doing all those types of things I had never done before. But Generac, becoming a platinum sponsor and taking over the Harley-Davidson stage, needed somebody to do it. There wasn't anyone at Generac who was equipped to talk the tech side as well as rally an audience around a message and a theme that we like to present with Summerfest Tech. So I love being a part of that. It's a full-time job, guys. People ask me why I wake up so early, and I wake up so early so I can do this stuff and do my job at the same time. And just very lucky enough to be sitting here on a podcast upstairs on the second floor with these guys here just a few months ago, and having Randy and the team from Forever Media launch this podcast. So look to do much more of these, and this type of stuff, guys, makes partnerships possible, and that type of stuff makes work go a lot better, just to let you know. Okay, who the heck is Generac Power Systems? Does anybody have a Generac product in this room? You may have a backup generator? Yeah? You got one, Nate? Do you?
Yeah,
awesome. 3 people, that's it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, there, more. You guys like your products? Yeah. Make good products? Quality products?
absolutely. I just got it, so I'm praying for a power outage. So
You don't ever want to pray for a power outage. I've been there, believe me. You don't want one of those. So Generac Power Systems. So like I said, huge amount of growth over the past 2, 3, 4 years. Like I said, when you grow from a $1 billion company in 2017 to a $5 billion company in 2022, holy cow, that is a significant amount of growth. And imagine on the technology side, what those things are needed to actually help the company scale. A lot. Let's just say there were not many effective technology decisions made back then that put us in a place to triple the company in 3 or 4 years. So here we are. But Generac as a company is really kind of the tale of 2 companies. There's a very sort of traditional and legacy part of Generac. We're a 63-year-old manufacturing company headquartered in southwest Waukesha County, almost Wales, Wisconsin. And we make backup power generators. We manufacture backup power generators. Little small ones, portables, home residential standby backup generators, big, huge ones that we make up in Oshkosh, the size of a tractor trailer that back up a data center, a mall, or a skyscraper of that sort. That is the cash cow of the company. We created 2 market-leading products, the home standby backup generator and the commercial industrial generator. We are the market leader, well over 8% in each of those products. And those products allow us, because they're growing still, 2 cash cows of the company, they're growing 40 to 50% per year. 2 cash cows of the company are growing 40 to 50% per year. That has allowed us to acquire 13, now 14 companies after we announced our latest acquisition on Tuesday, I think it was, IoT company in Indianapolis. So we bought 14 companies in the last 3 years. And these 14 companies don't do anything associated with our legacy business. These are all brand new companies in the energy tech space, clean energy, renewable, solar, battery, grid services that we sell to utilities now. And this is not exactly opposite, but a significant shift, right, if you will, to our traditional business. So the traditional business still sells about 90% of our revenue to the company, which is awesome. But we're hoping that these newer energy technology businesses come together and provide the growth for the future. So keep an eye on those businesses. You'll hear a lot more about Generac in that regard. Oh, sorry. So here's an example of some of our products. This is the cash cow right here. I've got one of these bad boys at home. Anybody have a home standby backup generator like that?
Yep, 18 kW.
Not 18. You should have went to the 24. More power. So just to let you know, putting one of these things in, guys, is like open heart surgery for your house. You go down to your basement, you see where your power box is, you see all those wires going into your power box. All of those get stripped out by electrician. You put in a Generac transfer switch. Generac controls now the electricity in your house. You hook up a gas line on the outside to this bad boy. You got the mobile app right here that tells you when it's running, capacity, etc. It runs a test every week, and now Generac is in complete control of the power of your house. You lose energy from We Energies, and boom, that thing kicks up in a second. Pretty awesome innovation there. This is some of the newer stuff that we have, clean energy solutions. So if you're familiar with Tesla, they also do some of this stuff. We're huge competitors with Tesla. But if you want to get off the grid, if you do not like your utility, and you live in a sunny area of the country or a sunny area of Wisconsin, you put a solar stack on your roof. You have a inverter that converts the solar energy from your solar panels, and it stores that energy in your garage in a battery system that you can consume like your EV charging car, and you can get off the grid. If you really want to get off the grid, we have the technology that allows you to do so and be self-sufficient, obviously, as long as you have some sun. This picture does not do this justice. This thing is massive. Like I said, it's the size of a tractor trailer. We make those up in Oshkosh. There's 4 doors on this thing. This is a megawatt, by the way. This can power cities, guys. This is a megawatt of power, backup power capacity. And so some of the newer innovations with those newer technologies that we've acquired, like I mentioned in the energy technology space, we are looking to route the unused power from a device like this and serve a power grid or serve a utility in times of need. Like I said, this can back up, provide power for an entire city. You need to think about what's going on in Texas and in New Orleans and Florida right now. This is some of our other stuff here. We have obviously little portable generators. We have mobile units for things like construction at night and so on and so forth. And we bought this awesome company in December in Canada, Ecobee. Does anyone have an Ecobee thermostat? Compete with Nest? You like it? You like your Ecobee thermostat? Yeah. So think about that now. We're in the smart thermostat business. All of these things are energy producing. This thing can provide backup energy if you route it to the right location. So now we're in the home. We have home, consumer devices. We have portables. We're looking to pull all of that together now that we have multiple components that we can sell consumer and pull together that platform and really provide a sort of an energy source of multiple capacities to the homeowner. Pretty cool, huh? Did anybody knew all of this stuff happened in Southwest Waukesha County? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's amazing that people don't realize that. That's why I love doing these presentations, so I can share the brand awareness of Generac power systems.
I'm just waiting for the actual shingles, solar shingles.
Somebody else was mentioning.
I've written a letter about this actually to you guys.
Have you really?
I did off your website about 1.5 years ago because, like most homeowners associations will not allow for the big solar panels. And so, my friend has your clean energy backup power cell system, but he has a hybrid roof up outside Boston.
Interesting.
And we can't get the solar shingles in the Midwest.
So we don't make the solar shingles. We
I know.
We OEM those, but obviously we connect to them. So it doesn't matter what type of solar shingles they are, they can convert.
Well, they're always marketing to me to install solar.
Yeah,
I'm
there you
like,
go.
just give me the damn solar shingles.
We're trying to upsell you.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like it worked, does it? We're talking about marketing. Okay, so just a quick, and this slide is old, guys. This is from last year. Obviously, I had us at 3.7 last year. We'll be well over $5 billion this year in revenue. We have over 1,000 engineers. We've got 10,000 people in the company right now, over 1,000 engineers. We have 900 open requisitions. That's a fun HR problem to have right there. And just so you know, when we go throughout the rest of this presentation, we are a heavy B2B dealer-based company. We're moving more inroads, as you know, as I just mentioned, into the consumer space, but we are very heavily B2B and dealer. dealer focused, and so you'll see a lot of that in my presentation. So we sell to some of the larger dealers who have hundreds of locations in places like Texas and Oklahoma. We also sell to the mom and pop dealers. We're trying to convert HVAC dealers into Generac installers, and we have the big box retailers, Menards, Home Depot, Lowe's, BJ's, et cetera, that also sell our products as well. So this will be well over $5 billion this year, contributing to that tripling in size in the last 4 years. Okay, this is a fun slide. So I joined in August of 2020, and boom, in September of 2020, I get a nice article in the Milwaukee Business Journal. It's pretty impressed with myself. Nice catchy title, Generac's Dickson adds power to new IT role. Is that catchy, guys, huh? So little did I know at the time that they were interviewing me and my boss. So I joined Generac in 2020, and I report to the CEO, part of the senior leadership team, and he was looking for a change in IT. You can see that in this article. Kind of calling me out here a little bit with some of these quotes. So this kind of sort of orchestrated and set the expectations of what he and the company were expecting of me leading the IT organization. So obviously he's hoping Tim can take Generac and our IT functions to new heights. Thank you for that comment, Aaron. Appreciate that. We're selling more generators as a result of climate change and other things going on. So the growth was definitely, in the air, so to speak. We're transforming ourselves from that backup, manufacturing engine company in Waukesha County to a global energy technology provider. Energy tech, the key words there. So building an IT, what I refer to as a digital architecture to make that new energy technology business a reality is going to be a big part of what my team and I are going to do. And then this one I absolutely love. If you ever get this quote from your boss, that is the hall pass to pick any set of emerging technology that me and the team believe will move the needle at Generac and allow us to organizationally scale. Okay, so I wasn't coming here to do things specifically for one business unit, one group, one acquisition, if you will. He gave me the hall pass to choose any set of emerging tech that I could provide, that my team and I could provide, that allow the enterprise-wide to scale because of the growth. And I was just very thankful for that not only he called me out in the paper, but also set the expectation with the company at the same time of what I was being asked to do. And this helped a lot. I know a lot of my CIO buddies do not have the fortunate reporting relationship to the CEO. And guys, this helps a ton when you're driving transformation. When your boss goes out on a limb, he sets expectations for not only me, but what the company is expecting as a result of this hire. So I'm completely grateful for that article. Okay, what the heck is this digital ambition? What is it, guys? Does anybody else have a digital ambition, by the way? Besides me? Am I the only one that has a digital ambition? So this is what it is. So, I've done digital transformation before at other companies, and this is kind of how I am a firm believer in how you define it for your company. So this is kind of how I defined it for Generac. Is anybody leading a digital transformation here, by the way? No one's leading a digital transformation? Anson, you're not leading a digital transformation?
Yeah.
We're leading a transformation. We just don't have digital on the front.
Okay, so if you get to a point where you're leading a digital transformation, you have to define it for your organization. And this is how I defined it for Generac. And keep in mind, 63-year-old manufacturing company in Southwest Waukesha County. They were not used to somebody coming in from the outside to lead a digital transformation. So one, set the expectation. You have to embrace new ways of working. Digital is going to provide change in new ways of working, a la transformation. The customer has to be at the center of your focus, and everyone is going to need to adapt, grow, and change. We're not doing things for sort of personal, gain. We're taking one for the team, and we're doing things across the enterprise so the enterprise can transform as a whole. That was just an awesome sort of setting of an expectation that was needed there. So the digital side, the tech side, it's not about moving to the cloud. Sorry, Chachi, he runs cloud for me. It's not just about moving to the cloud. That is a piece of it. It is about user experiences, becoming data-driven, investing in your organization's future of work. So what does that mean? Because of that hall pass with bringing in new tech, there are going to be new roles, new jobs, new titles in the organization that were never there before. We have Senior Director of Cloud, we have RPA leads, we have digital architects, we have data scientists. Those roles did not exist in IT before I came. So the opportunity of new tech is going to provide career growth for your team. People get excited about that? Hope so. Some pretty cool jobs. And then this one I love the most, and this is kind of what I love to do, just personally and professionally, is that as a leader, I know who I am. I'm the CIO of a Fortune 500 company. I have the ability to impact every single one of my team members' life on a daily basis. I want my leadership team to identify the potential in people and have the courage to develop that potential in them. That's why we do the DISC. That's why we do personality assessments. So people have the opportunity to tell me and tell my team what they want to do, what are they passionate about, and what they want to grow into. So these three things for me: talent, tech, transformative change. That's part of the digital transformation. Make sense? All right, I love this video, guys. You're gonna love this. Are the speakers working? So as an IT, data provides a huge opportunity for us to become IT as a revenue generator. How can you take the IT, OT, how can you take the data that you have about your products and actually generate some revenue? And this most recent book, this fellow spoke at Summerfest Tech about innovation. I don't know if you guys ever saw it. Really awesome. So it's all about bringing a mindset. Digital transformation is not about a process. It's a mindset in terms of your leadership style, in terms of how you drive innovation forward. So 8 books that have been hugely transformational for me. Okay. Does anybody do design thinking? Yeah? How's this look? So this is pretty basic. Like I said, I've done this before, but this had not been sort of installed and deployed at Generac. So what is design thinking? Once again, bringing my education to bear here. So you have stakeholder interviews, and these could be internal or external stakeholders. Ask tons of questions, write a bunch of stuff down, get their pain points, and then go back and sort of think a little bit in terms of what you're trying to do. Develop customer journey maps. Does anybody use customer journey maps? Customer journey maps are an awesome tool to get everybody on the same page. It talks about the as is and to be process, the key players in those processes, the key steps and KPIs along the way, and my favorite, the IT capabilities that are needed to enable that workflow. Gets everybody on the same page in one sheet of paper. Then your UX and UI designers can start to build, whether through Miro boards or Adobe XD, the initial wireframes, what those markups that you saw in that video, what they could look like, obviously resulting in something like a clickable prototype of this nature, and then obviously constant iteration and feedback from the users, having them involved in the process. And there's nothing better to have someone adopt an app that you're building than to have them involved in the process, giving feedback on these prototypes and markups. It's an instant sort of credibility win if they see something that they sort of contributed and ends up as a result of capability in that product that then they're using. Design thinking, pretty simple, okay? All right, I love this slide. Who doesn't like the Wisconsin word cloud, guys? It's pretty cool, huh? So data is a big part of my remit, and Generac has been an IoT company for the last 20 or 30 years, and they weren't doing anything with that data. I just thought there was a huge opportunity to bring in all of this IoT data from across all of these products together in one single platform. Microsoft Azure, we're calling for Microsoft here. That's my Microsoft. ADF, right? Bringing all of this data together from all these disparate sources, all these business silos into one platform that then you can run basic auto ML and build ML AI on top of it. And so it was very simple. We started off as the Generac generator, emitting all this IoT data. We started gathering all of this data. We started off with basic scores. Generac had never seen AI before. There had never been an AI model in the history of the company before we did this. So you don't want to sort of jump too far and sort of scare the crap out of people. You want to start with some basic scoring, basic insights. Here's what we're seeing, here's what we're learning, and so on and so forth, which we did, while at the same time sort of building, enabling a data vernacular in the company. We were using terms now like analytics and AI and scores and sensors and APIs and IoT that had agents. None of that had been really used before. So we started talking in that vernacular, started using that, and then we started building models then that showed the insights in those areas. I'm proud to say that over the last 2 years, we've built over 20 AI models, most of those in partnership with Microsoft and Databricks. And we're moving on to the next evolution of AI, which is more predictive. So if we can predict power outages, and we can predict how our machines will function in those power outages, we're going to provide that much more value to the business in that regard. This is an awesome innovation in partnership with our engineering organization. This is my new AI platform called Power Insights. This was born out of a hackathon. We're going to watch that video in just a few slides. But this shows a couple of different things. Real-time power outages across the United States. These happen, guys. Michigan gets a lot of power outages. Pretty crappy power system there. Shows our geographical representation of all of our products across the United States. The Power Score AI algorithm is this darker area sort of indication of areas that are more prone to power outages and more impact as a result of those power outages. And then each one of these sort of
dots, these little icons, is each one of our products that has IoT data associated with it. You can tell the kilowatt, you can tell the dealer that installed it, you can tell the customer, and you can group those in specific areas and do trending and analytics of that over time so that we can go to the utility and provide them a capacity of power if they were to purchase that from us. Pretty cool, huh? All of this data existed before in spreadsheets, but a geographical, a geospatial visualization of this is just so much cooler. It really shows the strategy and the availability of our products in the company when you look at it this way. So,
If I could also add a little plug for this.
sure, I like plugs.
I think it also is it's a way IT is enabling the sales cycle to allow your future customers to engage in a way that they see life. This is not how necessarily Generac sees life. That is how the utilities see life. They see it in a geographical propensity model and how ways they can provide energy, right? And then now you're selling them an opportunity to fill those gaps that they themselves
on the corporate internet. Pictures and articles on their mobile device. And yes, IT actually got some good feedback. Holy cow. Does IT ever get good feedback? I love sharing these quotes. I keep these quotes. We share these at my quarterly town hall. We celebrate people in that regard. It is awesome getting great feedback from your business customers. That's very hard to do. Getting positive feedback from your business partners when it comes to IT. That's tough stuff. Okay, so what are those key digital attributes that I look for in every one of my team members or any one of my recruits? These are it. Be bold. I didn't come to Generac to do incremental things. I didn't come to Generac to incrementally improve revenue or incrementally add 5 people. I came here to do some big, bold things. Like I said, do digital transformation for the company. And unless you think outside the box and be bold, you will not have a courageous vision in your organization. So be bold. I love to have people in the organization to connect the dots, going back to the data aspect, guys. If you have people who have data over here, data from this group, data from the organization, data over here, and then somehow can connect those dots into a story, into an experience, into a vision, that's an awesome trait to have. Unlocking potential in people, you can't unlock the potential until you get to know them, which is why we do the personality assessments. And then at the end of the day, yes, we do all this fun stuff, Hanson, but at the end of the day, we need drivers. Chachi's a D. I'm an I, he's a D. We get along great. What you think? You need people at the end of the day to get the ball across the finish line. Not to the 20-yard line, not to the 10 line. You still need to deliver. I just like to think that this is maybe delivering in a different way, that may not have been thought about. At the end of the day, think big, start small, and scale fast. That's why we do tons of content. Okay, so how has IT been an innovator of growth? How am I doing on time? Doing good? actually given the opportunity with their own ideas, all of the ideas that sort of been pent up demand for the last 63 years, they now had an avenue to actually upskill themselves in the areas of new tech and implement their ideas. It was an awesome experience. I'm happy to say that over those 16 ideas, the 16 teams, we've implemented over half of them as a result. But one of the main learnings as a result of the hackathon, folks, is that we had all these ideas, but we had no model to execute and deliver them, Anson. We didn't have an incubator at the time, Mansky. We didn't have a model to actually take an idea or a prototype and actually get a team around it and deliver it next to it. So we actually had to build a digital COE to take these 8, 9 ideas and actually turn them into production. And that was just an awesome experience for me because we got to basically build a team whose full-time responsibility was taking ideas like this in the company and following through and driving for results. So awesome experience, and we're actually planning our next one as we speak. All right, who celebrates success here, guys? You have to celebrate and have fun. You have to have fun, or this will be all work and it's no fun. It's boring. We have a lot of fun on the Generac, don't we, Chachi? Can you guys see Chachi in here somewhere? Hit nod. Yeah, Chachi likes to have fun, don't you? So we have Packer theme days, guys. We have Wonky Bucks town halls. We love our swag, wearing our proud swag here today. Generac loves swag, by the way. We love our t-shirts, love our sweatshirts. This is a little weird, I would say, but nonetheless, we had fun with that. That's my flannel Packers onesie. I don't advise taking public pictures of those and sending those around. So every town hall, we have a fun themed event. We're taking advantage tomorrow of the Packers playing in London. We're having a Packers London theme day tomorrow at Generac. So let's see what Austin Powers year comes out as a result of that. And fortunate enough to have my team celebrate my first and second year anniversary with the company. Pretty cool stuff. We have a lot of fun. Okay, we also do a lot of community service. Every quarter at Generac, as an employee, you have to do some aspect of community service. And we've done Habitat for Humanity, we've painted school buildings, we've planted gardens and things of that nature. But I just thought that all of this new tech, could we take a different approach to community service than we've had before? Yes, you can. And so at Summerfest, I got to know the Discovery World. Who's been down to Discovery World? Awesome place, isn't it? Awesome place. They have over 400 exhibits. Unfortunately, Generac actually doesn't have an exhibit, but Rockwell and all these other companies here in town have exhibits. Unfortunately, those exhibits break. Kids hit them, steal them, take something away, lose something, fall over, doesn't work, and there are tons of trouble tickets as a result of those 400 plus exhibits. I met these folks at Summerfest, they were telling me the problem, and I said, how about we write a bot that automated the submission of those trouble tickets and the resolution of those trouble tickets as a result of all of those issues. So we partnered with UiPath. We call all of our bots, we give them a name. Randy likes this one, Gizmo. So we gave the name Gizmo to this particular bot, and this, we are using emerging tech to better serve our community by automating the trouble ticket resolution process for Discovery. And all this is free. It's all free. Fortunate enough to have partners who sort of share the same vision, giving back to the community. And this only took sort of ideation and execution. Now we're doing some cool stuff using some cool tech for nonprofits here in town. Okay, we're going to wrap it up here, folks. What in the world do you think we could possibly do next? Does anyone have any idea in terms of what we could possibly do next? So this is my kiss up to Microsoft slide. You guys will appreciate that. What were those shirts, by the way? So we're doing a ton with Microsoft, guys, and it's not that we only use Microsoft, because we do some stuff with Google, we do some stuff with AWS as well, but we are a fairly large Microsoft shop. So we've done some AI, but we're moving into ML ops. We need to get better in terms of how we operate and manage our data and output our models. You saw we're moving from basic ML into predictive modeling. We're going into that fairly large. We still have lots of work to do in IoT. We just bought an IoT company, like I said, in Indy 2 days ago. So hopefully looking forward to working with them. There's a lot of work that has to get done. We have all these clouds now, and none of them are integrated. Has anyone ever integrated clouds? Has anyone ever moved data from one cloud to another? You guys don't want to talk about that. Nobody wants to do it. Who would let you move your data from one cloud to another? We need to do it. We have free clouds. We have to have some of that. And we're still buying companies, and guys, there's still a ton of innovation that's available with M&As and with acquisition integration. So we use all this tech. I'm glad to say I'm an Azure Lighthouse customer. I'm also on the Microsoft Customer Advisory Council, which allows us to do certain things and press releases and case studies and things of that nature. And obviously Databricks is a huge Microsoft partner, so I've included them in this area as well. So 23, starting in 22 and into 23 is going to be a busy year in these areas with this Microsoft stack, and huge opportunity for concurrency partnership potentially with Generac to make some of these happen with a hometown story. And that is it, folks. What'd you think? What'd you think? I'm 9 minutes over, but can I take questions? Questions, folks?
I didn't see it up there. Had a lot of technology on it.
Okay. That last slide?
There's an interesting piece that I'd like everybody to look at. You can look online yourself as well. So there's machine learning, and then moving to predictive, and then there's deep learning.
There is.
So Bonsai, which we've owned for a number of years now, is actually going GA.
Okay.
So it's
Nice name.
yeah, Bonsai Brain. And so just sharing that with you about concurrencies and early adopter that we work with. But things like problems that you've tried to solve historically, I'm still trying to understand, like, is if you all actually make your own engines type thing. And when you do, when you're vertically integrated like that, problems in manufacturing, just as an example, that are super difficult to solve are how can you do it in a predictive manner such that all of my forged parts or all of my milling parts, all my stamping parts are actually like 99% always predicting they're going to be the same. That's a very difficult problem to solve, and historically, even still today, most people do it with people.
Mm-hmm.
But a Bonsai brain works differently than machine learning. It's a neural network deep learning, and I've got lots of examples. One I'll share at the end of the day, which takes and makes that automated. Just not historically not been something that with technology you can use. I only share it with you because because in manufacturing it's its biggest, I think is its biggest application.
Let's take a look at it. Like I said, if there's an area for us to partner and us to do more for the business, happy to take a look at it. Okay.
So I got a question.
14
different startups. Can you talk about maybe a shift left strategy toward early startups?
Say that again?
Can you talk about Generac's strategy toward early stage startups? Shifting left, 14 acquisitions, but
I would say most of these, with the exception of Ecobee, which is 500 people, a couple $100 million of revenue, that was pretty much the largest. Most of these startups that we're acquiring are 10, 20, 30 person companies with not a huge investment in IT, not a huge investment in data, not a huge investment in cyber.
Yeah.
So John, he has a full-time job. Not even deciding whether to integrate or not, but if you do decide or not decide, how's that situation going to work and still secure the company? We spend a lot of time. We integrate most of those acquisitions, but some of them we do not. And there's reasons why we don't do that. So just as a background, I've talked to Generac a few times about creating a venture arm. Our stock is down a little bit this year, but obviously last year was on a high, and there's certainly a lot of opportunity to do that. We just haven't taken advantage of it. I have talked to the Titletown Tech folks about it, and what we're in essence evaluating is there's not a lot of energy tech with Titletown Tech. There's a lot of sports, obviously, with Microsoft. There's a lot of sports stuff with that. So if we can somehow partner with them and create more of an energy tech ecosystem, that would make the model that you're talking about work for Generac, because those are the companies that are investing in the future, all around the areas of energy. Clean, renewable, wind, solar, batteries, etc. Anything else, gentlemen? What's your name?
Alex.
Alex, nice to meet you, bud.
Nice to meet you too. Do you see blockchain playing a role in what Generac in the future, 10, 20 years?
You know, I have a buddy who I work with at IBM, who's like the self-proclaimed blockchain expert in supply chain. And I've sat down and listened to his presentation. I can't understand. If somebody has the secrets, and guys, I'm very open and vulnerable. If somebody has the secret sauce for that, I'm communicating and educating blockchain and manufacturing company. I love to learn more. I haven't gotten it. For some reason, it's not clicking.
So then what, how do you track, I mean, your units are obviously serial number controlled, right? And so how do you control all that data? Blockchain is like an ideal place if you have externals, you know, managing, you know, the movements of those pieces of equipment and anybody else who's ingesting any of that stuff outside of your
Sounds like a wonderful area of partnership between us there.
market boss.
That was 2 years just haven't gotten into it.
Yeah.
But
We have the same problem. I work for Komatsu, we build heavy equipment.
big boys, yeah, big stuff.
Everything from big stuff to little stuff. And we have that same problem, and we're starting to break open the idea of blockchain.
Cool, we'd like to ride along the bus. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, we good?
I have a question, sorry. So I think great presentation, cool stuff, right? And I can't speak for the background of the audience here, of course, but the teams that I work with are typically IT leaders in mid-sized manufacturing, and they don't necessarily have the resources or the technology or even the background, right? They don't have a background in technology. They don't have their infrastructure, all this stuff is cool, they want to do it, but they don't know how. Where do they start? What's your recommendation? Best place to start if you're starting out and you want to do something like this?
So like I said, a lot of this stuff doesn't cost anything, so let's throw the money out because that's not necessarily the issue here. It's wanting to do something, having a desire to do something, and then what is the best resource or path that you can learn the most about that so you can eventually learn how to do it yourself. Whether that's from a mentor, from a coach, from a vendor, from a consulting partner, that's the breakthrough. You have to identify, you have to have some passion to want to learn and drive that thing, but you need to find somebody that can help teach you how to do it. That's eventually, whether you're a manufacturing leader or anyone else, that's the secret sauce. Is do you have a leader that provides an open environment for you to go do that? Will they actually help and coach you along the way, encourage you, maybe even incent you to do that? And then can they connect you with the right people? You go and grow and learn about that thing yourself and make it happen.
Do you mind if I add to that?
Sure.
One of the frustrations or disappointments I have is that as a leader at Microsoft, and I get to meet with many, many customers all the time, Komatsu, I've put Komatsu before as an example, is that I think you don't ask enough of the Microsoft team.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
No,
Chachi.
you guys are like I'm just telling you, being open and vulnerable and willing to grow and learn and develop as an organization and as a leader. You know, I see a lot of people. I can't tell you, just refuse to do free hackathons, refuse to take the data training. I loved your examples on the training for self-paced and learning and certification. I've got a customer that is $82 billion customer that is a leader by far and will likely be the biggest in their industry within a year. They went out as a challenge that was literally a Reese cup that I challenged the CIO with. I will bet you a Reese cup that people will do this training if you let them. And she went outside of IT, very short-staffed in IT for what they needed, opened it up, and the Microsoft team allowed them to open all the training to everybody. Do you know the role of the #1 person who got the most machine learning and data science certificates in 1 year?
Probably the lowest level person.
A 50-something-year-old female who'd been with the company over 30 years and was an executive assistant. She had the mind, but not the degree. She just loved it and drank the Kool-Aid and is now a data scientist. Has been, this is going back a couple of years, right as the pandemic was coming. She's absolutely wonderful. And I'm just saying, I think if you know the answer already before you even ask the question, you're really short and cutting yourself short. Think bigger, think broader. Microsoft has so much free stuff, training, access to stuff, hackathons, you name it. But I think often what happens is most customers look at us as, oh, you're gonna be billing me for Microsoft Office. It's like, that's true, but there's, we've got a lot to give you. I just think often it becomes this transactional discussion instead of an ask of, how can you help us to train and be inspired and see bigger and network with other persons in leadership that can show us some inspirational ways of doing it. Ironically, today is a great day for that. I just share that with you because I often see it. Like, I literally just met with somebody last week and they said to me, I need to get my culture changed because they're just not open to that. They think that you're not me, just as an organization, everybody external is trying to sell them something. Well, no, I'm not going to debate that, but I am going to say there's a lot free for you. And I'm applauding what you're doing because I come from a military background and it's completely in alignment with how I ran my organizations, which you wouldn't think in the military, that's the way it is, but yeah.
But the question is how she starts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that you would offer the way of delivering the story about what you could do for whatever idea you're trying to.
And the training and the hackathons and all that stuff. We started with Komatsu, ironically, nearly the same way we started with you. Before you came, Generac's primary start is actually in your deck around, they started with transforming the customer experience, right? And that's the DNA for their company. You have to ask yourself, what's your DNA? I think often people try to look and focus so much on optimization that they forget all about the customer, right?
I think there's a huge piece around leadership alignment here. I mean, look at the opening that Tim introduced in the free pass he got from the CEO. I worked at Rockwell. I came to Rockwell from Northwestern Mutual. And I'm accustomed to transformation, and I'm sorry, I know you're very close with Chris Nardecchia, but a stagnant environment. We're not innovating. We're highly tactical. I'm dying on the vine, right? Like, we need leaders that have a vision, that direct that vision, that lead that vision, and enable the people that work for them to bring their knowledge to bear. Set a course, bring the talent, people will get you there, right? But you have to lead differently, and you have to have alignment at the top before it breaks down.
Well, I won't disagree with that at all.
The rest, I mean, that's the secret sauce. It's the leadership. It's the alignment at the top. The rest of it, it's there. You can get it. It's free at Microsoft. You can find people with knowledge. You can bring them together. It's the leadership.
You have to develop a story, bring it to the leadership, have them buy into it, and then they can charge. They aren't going to develop that story though. They want somebody, their organization, to bring that or that.
I was just going to say, I think Tim's a very humble leader. And what he hasn't described is exactly what he just outlined. Going to your CEO, CFO, and saying, this is our corporate strategy. Let me enable that. And it's about value. It's not necessarily about training or gizmos or technology or anything. It's about what value can we build for that organization, and finding that synchronization between CIO or IT leadership and your senior leaders. That's the magic. And I can't say enough. What you've done in 1 year is nothing short of amazing.
Yeah.
Like, your entire deck is crazy. Like, I'm going to leave here saying I stink at my job compared to that. Holy cow. And I thought I was pretty good before I came to But you've done an amazing job. Great presentation.
Thank you very much. So I'll end with one last scenario in terms of what you described in terms of an opening. Karaoke, and I was in karaoke. Somebody in the mic, I'm gonna step up and grab that mic, yell out. Yeah, folks, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Just a couple of little housekeeping items. Bathrooms are, if you walk out into the lobby, go behind the registration desk into the office. There's coffee and some treats in the back. Lunch is going to be coming at 11:30, so to try to keep us on schedule, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. Feel free to shuffle up some of the seats, if you need to. And we've got some offices if you need some conference rooms or whatever in the office, if you need some privacy to take the call or whatever.
So see you back in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Oh my God, I put in all this time, and it feels like they have to do it all. I'm with Milwaukee Veteran Partners. Okay. Yeah, economic consultant. Yeah, so I'm on a hiatus. Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was living through more. Yeah. Yeah, but they're doing it. We had two conversations. What was the episode? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we also had a lot of equipment, hardware, all that stuff. So my idea is to shoot you guys just
Wow, big timer.
I really know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We're not doing
Okay.
I'm not saying, okay, it's basic model.
Yeah.
We get our sense of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. And
We then figure it out.
right, because then it becomes like a blockbuster situation, and you're trying to hold that penny.
And all of a sudden something comes over the top.
Yeah, and now you're gone.
Forget about it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I tried to get ahead of that.
Right.
We had it. We worked.
Interesting.
I believe it goes exactly one level that I want to go.
Really?
It's already there.
That's interesting. Like bigger single-use items, like because import costs, et cetera, like worse, right? And so having like this single-use product, like that's an expense that totally mitigated. And so that's like, once they, I don't know, that's tough. Because if I was gonna be with Ford Steel, with the Ford plant, the big changes, one big press, Tesla, right? And it's like, you're just trying to cut out as many steps as you can. You know what I mean? It's like,
Where else can you get to?
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Right. Oh, yeah.
Well, here's tonight. How much? Which probably not.
Hey, you gotta come check this out.
Yeah. Yeah. There is so much outside pressure and like a lot of getting more technological, like just like automation based. Yeah.
Still the same.
Yep.
Maybe 100, 200.
Yep.
Right.
Gotta get automation. Right. I understood it.
I did.
I know we talked on the phone in the past.
It's a completely different shade of like what your workforce is and like plans, really locating it. I don't know what
Yeah, even if I can get to
Try to stop these schools that are having.
I don't know.
I want to figure out. I think it's okay, well,
Like when I was at the board class, one of the things that we like toured the yeah. If you ask any worker, she just I love horses. I'm like, I built that. And it's that kind of like loyalty that you get in the community. That really goes.
That's what I said to her. Nobody gave me
That's probably you. You see that building right there? That's probably you.
Thanks. Good? Yeah.
Right, and like, money is like.
Right, let's get started, guys. Everyone?
Yeah.
So who's taking over?
And Parker was here.
Welcome back.
Oh. Yeah. I saw you now.
Yeah, I think.
Put the feedback back on the speakers, that'll get we know how to break things. Yeah, fixing things is a different story, but we can break them.
I should have put on my megaphone.
Oh, yeah. We all got to.
All right, let's go.
One slight adjustment to our schedule.
It was nice to see that, programming this thing.
One slight adjustment to our schedule is we're gonna push back lunch about 30 minutes, which is noon. I hope everybody's okay with that. We got lots of lunchies. Soon should be good anyway, but we have, by the way, we have the best food truck in Milwaukee that's gonna be out here. It's called Pedro Day at the Currency office. My wife even knows about how awesome Pedro Day is. Best empanadas in the city. It's not like a standard sub sandwich lunch here. We're talking about something really cool. So do not miss that. So what we're going to do is Austin Lewin and Brian are going to speak with Human Centered Innovation. 45 minutes. I'm going to do data right after that, and then we're going to hit lunch. All right? Off to the races.
Awesome. All right, welcome back to this next session. There were two of us speaking today on this topic, Brian and myself. Let's do a quick introduction. Brian?
Sure. Hi, I'm a solution architect. Just go to the next slide.
I'm Brian.
We don't have enough distance.
There you go. There you go.
All right, so a little bit about me. Here's some pictures. First off, I'm a solution architect in currency, which means I am a nerd. I also spend a lot of time doing talks in the community. I speak. I'm a board member with the Milwaukee Spin, the Software Process Improvement Network. I do the .NET user groups. I do speaking engagements around
I've got a couple of kids, I'm married, and, for personal hobbies, I'm definitely an outdoors guy. I do a lot of hunting and fishing. And fun little fact about me is I guess I am an identical twin.
All right, I'll move over this way so that no one close to this jungle over here. I am Lowen. I'm husband, I have a 2.5-year-old now, so newly born, dad. It's fun, right? I'm also a Microsoft MVP. I've been MVP for about 9 years now. I like to support, I speak a lot, right? I write code, I love IoT, I like devices, I make my own, microcontrollers. In my past, I like to think, I'm a thinker, and I like to solve problems. That's what I do, right? That's who I am. I wrote a book. I don't recommend that to anybody. It's not fun. Actually writing books, no, don't do that. Just pass that thing. That, by the way, is a little garage door opener that I designed a while ago, about 10 years ago. Funny enough, that exact same system went into Chamberlain's MyQ eventually, because what we did was we actually, when we were talking to them about some of the consulting for them, we took it to the next step, right? And instead of hardwiring some items, we actually did it with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and wireless, etc. So that's kind of a fun start. A lot of the times I tinker a lot, right? I actually, there's a robot at the bottom. That thing is a hole in the middle for a reason. I'm lazy. That's part of me, right? I mean, it's a part of being an architect at one time. I'm not here to get easier and easier, I think. The hole in there is for a lawnmower. So I can drop a lawnmower in there and I can move my lawn for my deck, my phone, right? And this is the epitome of laziness, right? I mean, for those of you that knows, this is a car that is driving with the highway assist driving, meaning it lane centering, it stays by itself. Once in a while it bugs you and say, hold your steering wheel. So when you actually have a hardware hack, right, you can actually put a water bottle in there, so there's enough water in there, it actually sloshes around and think that you're actually holding the steering wheel. Here we are. We did that, Brian and I did that on the drive back last week.
Yeah, we did.
So, all right, so there was a little evolution here. So I got this little satchel, and so we started with the satchel, and I hung that off the steering wheel, and it worked really well. But I kept hitting my knee, and getting disrupted and thinking my hand wasn't there. So the water bottle worked a lot better.
Yeah, this is me, right? In one statement. Why to me is more important than how and what, because we can actually figure out how and what. I want to know why we're doing certain things, and that's how I solve it. Random fact: I once reunited about 40,000 family members in Kosovo as the war broke out. We can talk about that. It's a whole different story in that. Let's talk about this, Brian. I'll let you run on the side.
All right, so what are we here for? We're going to talk about human-centered product innovation. Some of these things might make sense to you, but really what we're going to do is break this down into a couple of different steps that you can take within your organization. And then within those steps, we're going to break it down a little bit further. So what's this journey going to look like today? We'll talk a little bit about the maturity curve first. We're going to talk about some of the innovation components that are going to go into ideating. And then we've got a great example that we can talk through that'll help you understand what that process looks like and what kind of outcomes that you can expect to achieve. We'll talk a little bit about the benefits, and then if we have some time, I know we're running a little bit behind, we'll do a little bit of a Q&A. So the maturity curve. I mean, I'm sure everybody here has heard about this before, but the maturity curve is going to kind of help you with this innovation process. Yes, Flappy Bird is an innovation, right? Somebody did this in his basement and had an idea, and boom, it blew up. And next thing you know, you have a bunch of simple games that just capture people's attention. When people think about innovation, what they're more often thinking about are things like robotics or self-driving cars. But how do you get there is the most important part. And so the maturity curve kind of helps talk us through that. So a lot of companies, especially in manufacturing, we'll talk to them and ask, where are you on this curve, right? And in order to understand where you are in this curve, I think it's important to illustrate, what does it mean to be a legacy plus, et cetera. So I already mentioned I like to fish, spend a lot of time on boats. So, a legacy company would be, somebody, I make boats. That's it. It's just a boat. It's a raft maybe, gets me on the water. Is anything fancy?
Cores are kind of optional, but it's both. If I get to like a legacy product, what I'm doing is I'm kind of specializing this a little bit, and I kind of productize this. So I make a fishing boat, and so, but it's still it's just a boat, right? It gets me out on the water. Maybe it has some sort of a motor on it that can help power me a little bit, but it's just a boat. I want to get to the customer platform, what I'm really looking at now is, I make smart boats. I put some electronics into it. I've got a fish finder, all this stuff is sort of integrated. And I'm meeting the customer where they're at instead of just letting them do with the product what they want to do. So to get to the next step, then monetization, this is important to think about as you innovate, is, I sell smart boats to yacht clubs. So now I'm starting to monetize this in a way that gets people thinking about a product that has some utilization. And when I get to this market disruption place, and I'm kind of reinventing the way that people think about it. I've got, I now rent boats out, to places, and I'm disrupting this entire marketplace of the ecosystem. So instead of somebody buying a boat or, a yacht club buying a boat, there's, they have yacht clubs where you can go and rent the boats, right? So the final stage in this is I completely changed the way that people think about it. I'm not talking about a boat. I want to go fishing, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to this company. I'm going to get a fishing boat. It's going to take me where I want to go. So just a little bit of an idea of like what the maturity curve is about.
Yeah, to climb the maturity curve, there are a number of things that we actually talk about, that we have to do. We actually hear about marketplace disruption. Disruption is that this has been a constant, quote unquote, thought in our minds lately. You can disrupt it, or you can actually innovate it in a number of different ways, right? How you innovate depends on what you deliver and how you deliver. So if you look at this quadrant, right? If you're doing a very incremental on what you deliver and how you deliver, it's incremental, type of innovation. On the other hand, when you're disrupting everything, right, you get a disruptive innovation. So let me show you a quick example. I'm a big car guy as well. I think Tim kind of mentioned that I drive an EV. There's one sitting right outside behind. If you look that over, that's mine. Well, let's click on the next slide real quick. Let's talk about innovation in terms of vehicles and what we have nowadays, right? I'm going to gear towards more of an EV type, but let's look at what we're looking at. So if you are a car manufacturer right now in this day, right, and go ahead and click on that. Tesla would be the people who actually went outside and say, I'm going to transform this car market. I want to actually make a car that doesn't use gasoline, right? I want to actually make a car that is fully automated driving. I want to actually get it to a whole new level. They disrupted the marketplace. So the Fords and the GMs and Toyotas it's a whole different league altogether, essentially. And then you look at the incremental, right? This is like the Mazdas and what have you, right? They now see that there is a market for EVs. We started making an EV now. This is the biggest, I would say, endorsement to EVs. Makes about 100 miles range and super expensive still, right? On the other hand, they made an EV. They attempted it, right? They slowly, incrementally changed it. They took the engine out. They instead of replacing the engine with the batteries, and they put a motor in there, and there it is, right? Basic, transformation. They had to move because guess what? This is where the wall is going to, and they have to just slowly move up the chain. They are incrementally innovative. Now let's look at the mid-tier markets. This is where we're looking at guys like Hyundai and Kias, right? This is where they are looking at EV to the next level, but not necessarily hitting the other end of disruptive area yet. So they are looking at adjacent, right? They're delivering the same platform. They're delivering the same car still. However, they are now delivering it with more features than the other guys are. Right? You get at the end of the day, this is super expensive tier. This is where the marketplace disruption is happening. This is where the most affordable, right? Where most people are going to aim for this area of market, and this is the lower end, right? I'm going to catch them all. For those people who doesn't want it, but who are actually slowly moving along. You see the trend. Let me put a twist on it, and then let's go ahead to the next one. And then these guys, people who have been innovating for a long time, but they are doing it differently. This is, again, adjacent innovation for them because they have a vehicle that was doing self-driving ahead of time. They just don't have the EV part of it, right? So it's a transformation, but in a different way of doing it. So just because you're making this end journey, right, doesn't mean that you are doing the same type of innovation. You're doing different type of innovation to get there. Now that we are all in a similar level playing field, right, the next type of innovation wave that's going to hit is going to be, what is it going to become? You know, what is a car going to be? What is an EV going to be? Is it going to become, you know, I mean, my feeling is that these guys are going to innovate again one more time and say, okay, I want to actually deliver cars as a service, right? You don't need to own a car. You call me up, thing comes over, right by itself, you get in there, there it is, right? When you're done, you drop it off and the thing goes somewhere else. You pick up somebody else. I have a feeling that will be the next step of innovation coming out. People need to keep innovating to keep staying up, right, in that cycle and that making that useful. I'll stop there. That's fine. Good so far? All right. Let's look at innovation components.
All right, so we broke this down into understanding, first off, like where you're going. Let's talk a little bit about the North Star. And then we're going to break down this build versus buy, conversation. This is something I think resonates in the manufacturing space quite a bit. And then, the title of the talk is how do I incorporate that into like human-centered design? So, North Star.
What exactly is your North Star, right? We talk about it. We talk about, you can't just say that way is north and keep going that way, right? Let's go to the next part. North Star actually is how do you measure success? What does it mean to get, what does it take to get there, right? What makes you special as an organization or your product, right? And what makes you stay unique within that particular industry or that tool set is what's going to define that particular type of North Star matrix. How do we get there? We're actually going to look at this type of scenario.
So, let's take a simple example out here, for music and podcasts or like a music player, like, YouTube music, because that's what I use. I'm just, I'm not up with the times and all different stuff. But, you're going to look at different metrics that, you want to record within your organization. So how many, do I have new artists, notifications? Like, what are they listening to? Can I give them recommendations? What about their playlists, right? But if you think about these input metrics, they really kind of get you to a point where you're coalescing around what you need out of this. So user retention is important. These are just features that enable you to do this user retention. But at the end of the day, what are we going to measure to do success? And all I really care about as a musical provider is how much time are people spending on my app listening to music, right? So that's the most important thing, and that's our North Star metric that we're going to measure the success of the company. And so anything that we actually do within the organization needs to align with that North Star. So rather than just a nebulous idea, we have something that we can quantify and measure our success against.
Yeah, these become a number, right? There is some KPIs that come along with it. Sometimes the numbers go up, sometimes numbers goes down, right? I mean, in this case, there is how much does it cost to actually go get my new returning users, right? They're looking at width, depth, frequency, performance. These are things that we're used to measuring in manufacturing. Some of these are going to be values that add on to our products, and there are some of these that are going to be costs that we're going to actually track as well. And eventually, right, there will be a value that comes out, and if that value makes sense, right, then we're moving to the right direction. This is what we have to do. So think about that when we're actually making a new product or thinking of a new design, et cetera, right? Those all have to make sense. If those things don't make sense, your product's going to do well. Yet, it will be off the market quickly, right? Either through market friction or through leadership that decides on what cost of spending in your organization.
Let's talk about the build versus buy. And I think importantly, is first let's start with the definitions. So when we talk about building, what we're really talking about is, taking something that doesn't exist today and building it from scratch. It's expensive, but at the same time, it's my equipment, it's my tools, it's my innovation that I'm building, it's my data, it's my client's data. And so, some companies decide that that's important for them. Or they decide that they want to buy something. And, the things that you want to consider about this is, this is time to market. I don't have time to build something. I don't have the expertise to build something. It's a value on to my business, but I don't need the intellectual property, so I'm going to go ahead and buy it. And I don't have to worry about my data or my client's data, because it's not really important to me. I'm just asking for something to perform some work for my business. So, as we think about this build versus buy, decision, I think it's important, in technology especially, we're generally talking about developing code or developing processes, things that get invented and deployed and, live in the cloud. So, back in 2006, you can see from this quote that they did a little bit of a study, and the average lifetime of some software that you built as an organization was 7 to 8 years. And so when you think about that build versus buy, I have conversations with a lot of companies, and some things that they say to me is, well, I'm going to build this for the next 15, 10, 15, some even think they can do it for 20 years out of the technology they're building. And I'll tell you, as a consultant, that there are software that is running that has been there for 20 years, but it's generally not looked upon as a positive part of the organization. So let's look at something a little bit more relevant today, and more recent. Yeah, a little bit more recent, and this is only about a year old. And what they did is, I hope most of your companies are becoming a little bit modern in your workflow, but as we start to push all of our code out to these cloud-based systems, it gives other companies the ability to analyze this and see what's really going on. So in this study, what they did is they analyzed a bunch of code repos that were available, and looked at it and determined that the average lifespan of a single line of code inside your code base is around 2.5 years. So as you think about this build versus buy decision, think about the technology that you're going to build, and don't expect to get the kind of lifespan that you think you're going to get out of it building it from scratch. That might be important to you to own that IP because it's really heavily sensitive to your business, but don't expect that it's going to last forever or not require maintenance.
You don't have to keep updating that thing. Now let's talk about human-centered design and why it is actually important, right? Let's go to the next slide. One concurrency, when we look at human-centered design, right? I think Tim kind of alluded to it earlier as well. We look at how do we understand something? We got to take the input. How do we ideate on it and then validate the ideation that we actually created and then building it? And the thing is that, right, if you look at the arrows, it actually goes back and forth. Sometimes you ideate and then you actually say, no, this is not the right idea. You've got to go back and understand the previous intake again, right? From the people that are actually giving out, right? And then you validate using the same people again and say, hey, am I actually doing the right job? Is that what you guys truly wanted? Does it even serve the purpose of it? Why am I building it, right? Remember why that I had earlier. That needs to actually make sense. And after you build it, you test it again and say, hey, is it actually working again, right? So we had to go through all of these phases. And these are highly important to go through that, to understand how we actually build a new product. Because, why matters, right? I think I kind of alluded to that. It's not about technology. It's not about the features, right? It's about the features that people want for a reason. 9 times out of 10, you walk up to somebody and say, hey, I need to, get a car, right? A lot of our consultants, it's a consultant, right? A lot of the companies, somebody would say, hey, can you guys build me a car? And I would look at them and say, why do you need a car? I'm going to the next door neighbor's house. Well, you don't need a car. You can actually just get a scooter and go walk, push it over there, right? I mean, what are you moving over? Unless you're building something, right? Sometimes you don't need the whole thing that you're asking for because most people don't quite get it, right? You need to actually understand the requirement of it first so that you can actually build on top of it. Because this is what you get when you don't ask. And this thing that actually exists, I've used it before, is a bulk rename utility. You can rename anything and everything you want on a file system, but they also come with a manual about that thing. Let's talk about something fun.
All right, so we're going to break this down. We're going to take this example here and break this down into a couple of steps that you should be thinking about as you invent things or go through this innovation process. And I think that, Tim would kind of agree here, do some research, right? It's critical to understand. We're going to talk a little bit about that feedback loop and how that becomes relevant into the process. And then finally, we'll talk about the attention to detail. So we have a problem for Max. Max actually is here today, not like
over here in Packers.
That's Max. So he's here. We have a beer problem here at the company, and what we ran into is that we've got this really nice kegerator downstairs. It's got 4 different beers on tap, And eventually somebody, the beer runs out, and that's a beer problem for us. So how are we going to solve this for Max? Max, all he really cares about is tracking how much beer's left. He's got these spreadsheets, but unless he goes down and checks it and, is able to put the entries in, like, he doesn't always get, I thought maybe that was going to be Max coming in here. But he doesn't always track it, and this is really old school. I'm sure that a lot of the organizations here are still doing stuff in spreadsheets, right? So, in addition to just, is there beer left, Max wants to know, what beers does everybody like? I said we have 4 beers on that, right? And sometimes we go downstairs and it's 4 IPAs. Well, that's not good. But how can we give guidance to Max and help him understand what beer that we're looking for?
Well, we actually have to say, hey, Max, what do you actually want, right? So what, at the end of the day, what Max is looking for is what's left in these, pieces, these kinds of beer, and what kind of stout I like. Well, and him, Brian and I like stouts. Those the company. Well, they drink other stuff, IPAs. No, I'm not just saying IPAs. I like IPAs, but the bottom line is that we get to actually tell Max, and he needs to be aware of it, right? He's looking for these 2 features at the end of the day. How do we actually get it for him? Well, we actually brainstorm. We actually tried a number of things and say, hey, let's try this out first, see if it works.
Now, before we get there, what does Max need?
Yes.
Okay. So Max wants, and now Max needs. So at the end of the day, this would work for him, right? It's just a simple little dashboard, and we can see that we're almost out of Dragon's Milk, mostly due to my, habits. But that's all he really needs. We don't need to over-engineer this. We just need to have a way to get him that information. So as we do that, we're going to talk about what we did and the importance of the feedback loop.
And failures. Failures are good, and we have to embrace that. As a matter of fact, failing is good. We got to fail forward fast, and we got to actually keep going, right? First thing we did was we actually put scales in it and say, essentially this is what we're measuring, right? How much beer is left.
Yeah, and scales were great. I don't know if anybody's worked at a bar or had to sling kegs around, but they're heavy, they're kind of cumbersome. Nobody really cares. You throw it in the kegerator, and what happens next? They get knocked over. They get 1 keg's halfway on the scale, halfway off the scale, and we weren't getting accurate readings. So we got to do something else. But it's okay. We tried something. It was a low cost. These scales weren't really expensive, and for a time it kind of worked, and then it got to be kind of a pain, and we failed, and we're going to try again. So the next thing that we did is we said, all right, scales didn't work. How can we measure how much beer is coming out of it? So we got some flow sensors, and we started playing with beer lines. We cut them open, and we set the beer down the lines into a flow sensor, and this is what happened. So, sure, in the manufacturing room, some people kind of chuckle, like, what you probably know exactly what we did wrong, but we didn't. But we said, is it possible to measure the beer, right? Like, can we do it this way? And so,
Yes, you can.
yes, you can. Yes, you can. But you got to do it without agitating the beer, right? So, but that's okay. We failed. That's fine. We iterated over that. We bought maybe 5 or 6 different flow sensors. We finally found one that wouldn't agitate the beer, or at least agitate it too badly. And we were able to get some data out of it.
First iteration, where you test it out, make sure that this is working. You test it out on a breadboard. You actually saw Brian earlier on one of the pictures. He was actually the guy soldering some of these. And then later on, we actually make a prototype breadboard as well. This needs to get installed later on. We do have it. This needs to get done, right? I designed it afterwards. We get some of the sensors in. But the bottom line is we have to start one step at a time. It's baby steps, but it is a forward-moving progress with a lot of feedback loops. Well, there is a feedback loop for this too.
Yeah, and if anybody knows circuitry here, you're seeing a little bit more than just a flow sensor in there too, right? So, we had a couple of different iterations as we learned what we wanted this device to do. So we got some relays on it, and we had to turn the beer off and on, and we're gonna get to why in a little bit. I can see you like questioning that. But again, it's like this feedback loop, you know, build it on a breadboard, test this thing out. And how we're going to test this? Well, we're going to get some wires and we're going to hook it up to the beer, you know, to the kegs. And this is like stage 3 of our testing out there, because that breadboard back here, we just had laying out back here. And anybody who knows that happy hour when things get, you know, toasty, that you know, something about beer being a liquid and electronics that are laying on top of your kegerator that don't work really well.
They don't quite mix.
So, but we built an app for this too, right? So, you know, so we've got some sort of a user interface, and what this does is it takes a picture of you, press the button on the touch screen, it takes a picture of you, determines if you're an employee at concurrency or not, and if you are, the beer taps open up and you can have a beer. But you need to test this out, right? And we had a really big fail, you know, with this as well. And I think it was Nathan that was the leading beer drinker, not because he's an alcoholic, because somebody found a picture of Nathan and was able to put it in front of the camera. Basically, like happy hours on the company.
I think I drank a couple 100 gallons of it was pretty impressive.
Not really sure how that happened, but again, the whole idea here is to test it out, look at your results, figure out what the next step of the process is before you move on, and really kind of enjoy the failures that you're going to have. And Nathan really enjoyed that failure,
Yeah, he was awarded that way too. It's good.
Okay, so now we got an idea, right? Got something that works. We built some electronics. Even put it in a cute little box, keep it dry. But nobody's going to go out in the market and buy this thing yet, right? We haven't really figured out how to do that. So let's talk about what that looks like.
So this is our, you know, iterations of it, right? This is not the final version of it. This is somewhat what's sitting on the wall right now. There have been a few other tweaks that we have actually done to this that have actually been going back and forth. One of the things that we're going to put on there is going to be a better camera system, because obviously the 2D camera, like we said, you know, can take a picture, but doesn't quite figure out the 3D. With Azure AI, right, it can actually figure out you are a real human being. I can actually tell you whether if you are actually of a certain age as well, so that you can drink. Because upstairs, like, we'll see that in the next slide, I think. We do have
high schoolers other things. High schoolers downstairs drinking beer. So, but no, seriously, like the optics matter. And, you know, I hope some of you had a chance to meet Jim Savage. You know, he really pays attention to the details and the appearance of the organization. We have this beautiful place. You know, the scenery here is amazing, and we love having clients here. And what they don't want to see, you know, is a bunch of wires hanging out of the back of the kegerator. But what is nice to see is, you know, some sort of elegant product that we built. And so this is what it looks like today. And you know, it's wall mounted. The wires are behind the wall, and it's all kind of compartmentalized, so it looks like it's a nice off-the-shelf product. I mean, I'm still not going to, you know, run out and sell this in the market, but it's closer, right?
Talking about security. Talk about security. Security is important. Security is important for a number of different reasons. In our case, we have Launch upstairs, right? Launch is a high school program. They do have access to the building, so they can all the way, you know, they can come down all the way to our cafeteria. And well, with Nathan's picture, right, they can just go start having, you know, happy hour themselves. So how do we block that? Well, we had to actually say, hey, we actually have to have a proper camera in there, right? Windows Hello worked out great for us, and that will get implemented in. We actually tested it. That's, you know, to make sure that you have an additional 2D image plus a 3D visual, and to make sure that you are who you say you are, right? You are actually a human being, not just a picture coming up there and taking a, you know, trying to start up the switch. So all of these get implemented in. That will be the next step, you know, that we're coming along with. There are other things that we actually done as well, as it turns out. So let's talk about those next. But, you know, the key point is that we had to actually look at how we slowly move along, and we actually found different ways to disrupt some of these items.
Let's go back to that why question. And let's think a little bit about like this story and this journey that concurrency turned, you know, so like, and what could we do with this next? So, you know, Tim talked about the ideation that happened in his organization, and I think he said that they had like 16 different things that came out of it. And so it's all nice and fun to be able to go downstairs and drink beer, but at the end of the day, how am I going to use that for my company, or how am I going to turn this into a product? So what did we get out of this, you know, at the end of the day? You know, we had a nice Power BI dashboard that we could look to see what beer was being drinking and by who. We built a little management console for ourselves to be able to change, you know, the UI on the device. So when Max, if you remember Max, when he decides that we're out of Dragon's Milk and that was way too high of an alcohol content for the party, that we're going to get something different, he can just go in here and he can update the picture, and then he can also look at the dashboard and see what's left there too. More importantly, there was, you know, we talked about the facial recognition, right? So, you know, we're building this for ourselves, and you know, it was easy enough for us to look at everybody's profile picture in AD and pull it out, and just kind of like a new employee comes on, HR loads the picture, boom, our process is going out and grabbing that face, that picture of that individual, and loading it up into custom vision to do the facial recognition. But, you know, I grow a beard, sometimes I get a little fatter, and you know, or maybe I put my glasses on, and maybe that picture doesn't pick me up, you know, really well. So now our employees can actually go to the portal if they knew about it, but they can go to the portal and just load up another picture of themselves, right? Train themselves, and they can train themselves, right? So we've got a lot of features here, and if you start to think about it, it's like, okay, well, what can we actually do with this? Well, we get to drink beer, you know, which is the nice part. But, you know, there's more to it than that, right? We actually have an opportunity for disruption.
Yeah, so with this in mind, we can actually tell and predict ahead of time, right, when the beer is going to run out. And as a matter of fact, I can actually order beer ahead of time before beer runs out. We know the volume velocity. We know when there's another party coming up. We know what skill we're looking at. We can look at demand generation alerts, right, that says, hey, something is going to happen. Or, you know, we're going to modify our behavior differently. So there are additional things, right? We can actually ship it out. I mean, as a matter of fact, we can actually ship it out to bars right now if you want to, and say, hey, at the rate of consumption you're looking at, right? Even you know, like actually a distributor can actually come, you know, drop off beer, you know, kegs of it before you actually even run out. So we can actually, you know, solve a number of different other problems that are beyond what we started off with. So that's actually a very, very interesting and good outcome that we actually discover as you know, as we went through the journey.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, so somebody asked us the last time that we did this talk, like, you know, if we've really sold this thing yet. And that's not really we're not a product company, but it's nice to think about this as a product company because that's what you guys are. And to be able to learn some of these lessons and get you to think through it. So you're absolutely right. You know, the biggest value that we actually came up with from, you know, a business value proposition would be that distributor to bar connection. So somehow being able to measure how much beer was dispensed. I'm at Left's Lucky House, and the Brewers just won the World Series, and next thing you know, they're out of Bud Light. Wouldn't it be nice for Left's if the next morning they didn't come in and find out that they were out, that the beer distributor showed up at 8 o'clock in the morning to fill them up, right? It's a win-win for everybody. The bar gets their beer, and the distributor gets to sell more beer. He's not worrying about a tap line being out, and so there's a really big opportunity. And then, you know, what are we going to do with this? Well, we're not going to do anything. Like I said, we're not a product company. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to open source this project and let people use it. So, and yeah, questions, thoughts, comments?
How much time do you have into this project, would you say?
Months, easily. So we had, I mean, the fun stuff, you know, the early part of it of just the engineering was, you know, people like Luann and I, you know, kind of working on it. And I would say it probably took us about 3 months to get through, you know, things. And it wasn't like I quit my day job to do it, but, you know, take this spare time. But after that, we leveraged like our interns, you know, to build some UI or the Power BI dashboards. And so we did invest some of our own money to make it, you know, make it something nice.
The facial recognition that you had up there,
yeah.
You're using the depth cameras
yes.
and with pose position facial landmarks?
Yeah, the depth camera became an essential part of it because if you don't have it, well, as it turns out, Nathan started drinking, you know, a lot of beer, right? So depth camera was the next big item that we actually have. We the feature is enabled. We had to sort the camera out.
So you're using landmarks and measuring based on landmarks?
Yeah, we're looking
Or
at,
each person?
yeah, we have each person has a landmark. We also actually have each person has their own unique database ID and all the other stuff that comes along with it, right? So as Brian actually indicated, right, we can also retrain people. So there are certain features that changes, right, depending on day, night, et cetera, as well. So all of those are being tracked.
Especially with shadows that help throw.
Oh, there's
Exactly.
lots of stuff. So
Yeah.
like we're using Azure Custom Vision to do all of our facial
Yeah, and-
recognition, and it works really great.
And the facing,
I found a bug like a couple weeks ago, and I was we invite you all to come down and have some beer. Like it's gonna be come down and see it. But I was standing in the background, and so I'm talking about this, you know, to a customer that was here, and obviously they didn't have their picture loaded in it. And as I was talking, it picked me up behind them, like in the background, as just another person, right? So yeah, some tweaks. We haven't learned everything yet, but that's the value, you know, being able to test it and play with it.
but that should get, I think, solved with the new camera coming in as well. So
Sure.
a lot of these are going to get solved. It's a matter of, I mean, again, we're iterating it still. We know what we do. We know what to use. It's a matter of actually having time as well. Like, you know, we're consultants. We have other projects going on. This is our site fund project as well, right? That's happening.
On camera to use that worked really well for is Intel RealSense.
Yes.
E435s.
Yeah, that's
They work really well for this.
yeah, that and the Logitech. I think we have the Intel one right now, and you know, sitting on my table. So
You don't use custom vision? I build custom vision, so.
How do you determine what your North Star metric would be? Because I'm assuming revenue would be most of people's North Star, but. how do you
Well, it doesn't
think
have to be, right? I mean, that's an easy one to go back. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we use like the manufacturing one, right? So, you know, what we've done with customers is kind of do this ideation around product initiatives and what are some of the things that you're doing and what are some of the key metrics that you're already capturing. Like no company that we start working generally has like a North Star metric. They have like 6 things. Revenue might be one of them. Cost of goods, you know, sold might be another one. And we look at some of those KPIs and we look at some of the inputs. And then what we do is we help them derive some of these dimensions. And once you start to dimensionalize what you're measuring, that usually gives you somewhat of an indication as to what your North Star is, right? And so it isn't necessarily like, you know, asking a company to, you know, completely change what they're looking at, but it's a methodology that we help them sort of quantify or qualify what they're actually looking at today into a single North Star metric that they can measure going forward.
and the other thing is not everybody actually understand all of the inputs and outputs, right? So not everybody and not every division are aware of, let's say, the cost of, you know, goods sold or cost of, you know, services on Azure or whatever, right? So you have to actually take those into consideration. Business want to do something, but there is also cost to that, right? And some of these are hidden that you're not even aware of. So we actually have to bubble those up and make sense at the end of the day.
Yeah, and because I also like want to just point out, like, you know, for the music players, like it's not, you know, it's not revenue based at all, right? Because revenue will come if you just get people listening to music. And like that's the most important thing is to get people listening to the music, because then you have opportunities to innovate and find other ways to generate revenue. You know, different ad revenue, or, you know, if I'm going to do a subscription model or not a subscription model, but you know, those are important things for a company to succeed, but their platform doesn't exist if they don't have people listening to music.
So if your internet connection goes down, can you still drink a beer?
Yes. So when we have people here, like this group here, what we do is we just bypass the relays and just keep taps open. And so there's a fail electronically, like we could fail it out and just have it default to being able to open up. But it's not set that way, so don't pull the plug. But that would be an option.
Additionally,
You need a generator.
yeah, well,
You need a generator,
There you go.
right? Yeah, it's interesting. You need a generator.
Generate internet.
additionally, you can also get into edge compute and actually start putting the data models on your local drive as well, right? That's another option of doing it. As a matter of fact, that particular data model training for, all of concurrency people, right? Employees, interns, auxiliary people, et cetera, actually it's not that big.
And the inventory and usage of the gear, you're sending that up to Azure IoT?
Yes, it goes through Azure IoT to the, backend into database, right, at the end of the day.
Okay.
I mean, it's a traditional IoT pattern. I mean, nothing different on it, right? It's data captured, shoot out to IoT hub, and then,
All right, one last question. And we'll be around all day to talk, so.
Yeah.
We'll be around all day to drink too. All right, well, thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. I can't be ear-enabled IoT, but I can talk about data manufacturing. And we're going to talk about it for about 45 minutes, and then we're going to have the best enchiladas and Mexican food that you've probably ever had. All right, so this is going to be about data manufacturing. I'm going to give you some real-life stories of how companies in your space have used data to be able to improve their business directly in generating more revenue or in driving operational savings. At the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to improve our businesses, expand the mission of who we are in the world through technology to our customers. I am Nathan Lesnowski. I'm Concurrency's Chief Technology Officer. I've been with Concurrency for about 21 years. I know I may not quite look that. I have been told that I got a gray hair at one point here. I'm a 13-time Microsoft MVP, and I am also an Ironman. So I've completed Ironman Wisconsin twice. I'm a triathlete, do a lot of races. It's a passion of mine. And this is my family. I have 8 kids, ages 16 to 1 now. It's a little old of a picture. And we also have a fur baby dog down there who unfortunately got this picture taken after she got the cut of shame because she got all matted. So that was kind of sad. I've had the joy of being able to do a lot of triathlons now with my kids. So this is my oldest daughter. She's 16. My 14-year-old, my 13-year-old, and 11-year-old. We just did that 2 weekends ago. That was the Jayhawk Late Bird Triathlon. My daughter won the women's all-up division. So she was the top overall female finisher for that triathlon, which is pretty cool. And one of the things that I've learned from being in technology for 21 years and from being in triathlons is that there's always someone smarter than you and there's always someone faster than you. I'm a very average triathlete, if that is even a thing, and I'm a very average technologist, but I have the beauty of being able to surround myself by people who are much smarter than me. And that's one of the most interesting things about my job is I get to work with people like Brian and Lewin and Chris Blackburn and all of you who have unique insights of your company, unique insights of the technology. I simply get to harness that. I get to take advantage of it and see the beauty in it. And as a father, I get to see the beauty of my daughter beating me in triathlons. She didn't beat me like 2 weekends ago, but I think that's probably the last time I'll beat her. So it's just been an opportunity to be able to experience how technology and family really come together to be able to make a person that gets to do something interesting in the world. And I think that's really where we all sit, is we get to do something interesting in the world. So what I'm going to start with is a data maturity curve. And the reason why I'm going to start with this is because I think this helps all of us to understand where we are at any given point of the work that we're doing. And many companies exist at many points on this maturity curve based upon the thing that they're working on. So if we start down at the lower left-hand corner, this describes a company which is a very manual company. It's a lot of places where we are today. What this describes is a company that has a business system, think like your ERP platform, SAP, iSeries, whatever the heck you have. And you have your accounting department that takes data out of this ERP system, dumps it out to Excel. Number one way that you know that you're low on the maturity curve is you just dump your data to Excel. Because what you've done with that is then you built a pivot table. And then you modified the rows because the pivot table didn't look the way you wanted. So you started doing manual filtering and sorting and removing things from Excel. And you cleaned up data in Excel. And you turned it into something that was meaningful for you to be able to make a decision. Not saying that was a bad thing to do. It was what you had to do because of where you are on the maturity curve. What that allowed you to do is to be able to make a decision, but it was a one-time decision because that data ages almost immediately once it's exported. You don't have an ability to align that data and the work that you did to it to a shared sense of understanding of that data, a shared sense of agreement that that is truly the truth. What you have is an ability for you to be able to make an immediate decision. So our goal in the maturity curve is for us to be able to establish organizational velocity toward data that allows us all to work together against a shared sense of what the data is and how we take advantage of it. So many companies historically have gone to building on-premise data warehouses associated with data. And those projects are sometimes a big waiting for Godot session. Another way I think about this is if you're thinking that if you build it, they will come as an approach to data, you're taking a very expensive and wrought journey. It's a journey that's going to lead you down a path that ultimately doesn't deliver enough value for the investment that you're putting into it. These on-premise data warehouses oftentimes spend 2 to 3 years building out these very expensive, very connection-driven experiences that were focused on trying to create the data experience for my customers to go find what they need. The challenge with them is that it really struggled to deliver time to value. So what happens with a lot of these on-premise data warehouses is they're too complicated to use or too slow. So they write back right down to here. I can't get what I need here, so I just go right back to exporting it to Excel. And I start using the data as I need it at that moment to be able to get the insight that I need. So as people start climbing the cloud, the data maturity curve, they start seeing this whole modern data framework experience, data lakes, Azure Data Factory, cloud data environments, and they say, wow, you know what? I can move this all into the cloud. Now, the challenge is not repeating the same mistake that you went through in the past. That was this, if I build it, they will come to my data environment. I'm not saying there's a problem with having a lot of data in a data lake. What I'm saying the problem is companies that go back to that approach of the 1 to 2 year journey just to get data there. The most successful companies that are approaching data, and this is what we're going to go through the stories for in a second, are ones that connect this story to the incremental delivery of value back to their customers. So instead of lifting the entire data state, they focus on where's my customer value? What's the why? What can I do to prevent this? What can I do to prevent them from exporting data to be able to look at that data and make a decision on it? To how can I take his use case and move it here and move a sliver of the data that they need up into that experience so they can start to be able to deliver the value that they need and start to establish a language and a competency across the company. And as you start to establish that agreement that this is the certified data set, that this is something that has value and I'm starting to receive value from this position, I can start to even further drive up the maturity curve to predicting what's going to happen, to prescribing what you should do, and then even thinking about what could happen if I make future decisions. That's truly where the data maturity curve leads us, is an ability to theorize how my business can take advantage of this data. You saw Tim Dickson's presentation on where there's power consumption across the country. Think about all we can do with that data to be able to theorize what happens when a disaster hits a certain part of our power grid. Amazing. So when you think about data, you need to think about it in the context of 2 different consumer types. The first consumer type is a consumer that has a lot in common with how you may have built your on-premise data warehouses of the past, which is prepared data that are realized within the context of scorecards and dashboards, and they need to be able to experience that data in a rapid way to be able to slice and dice, but they're not necessarily accessing that raw data themselves. They simply need to be able to extrapolate that data into decisions. That's where this business analytics space comes in. And our goal with the modern data framework is to help them to be able to make those decisions faster and make it against data which we have agreed to across the stack. But this is the certified data set. This is not a version that someone exported from some system to be able to create some kind of dashboard. This is a verifiable version of the data that we're trusting as an executive team. On the other side of the story is experimentation, is access to data to make decisions against the data itself. Take millions and billions of rows of data and use that to be able to establish predictable models based upon the data. You don't do that based on data analytics. You do it based upon data that is then modeled to be able to create output. And I'll show us a couple stories of that in a second. Why that's important is because underneath all of this exist varying different data experiences. There's data lakes. You may lift a lot of your data into one particular environment. Azure data environment, could be a Snowflake data environment, it doesn't really matter, you have a data lake. But then also accompanying that, and this is where the term mesh comes into play, is in the cloud you start to have other data sources pop up, SaaS data sources, cloud native databases that exist across your data landscape. And even if a large percentage of my data happens to exist within my data lake, there continues to exist other data sources across the data state that I'm not bringing into the lake, but I still need to be using for different purposes. And across that has to exist some level of certified data set, policy application, security that's applied to the data, visibility that's governed from, that's pulled from it, and then governance. And there's a variety of tools that you can use to be able to provide that governance. Purview would be an example of it if you've heard of that. And in between that governance and these different consumers exist either models that are produced and made available to business consumers, or data scientists that need direct access to the data. But an important thing to question is, have you established this layer? So as we start talking about these business use cases, have I established the governance layer across my data estate to understand what's there, apply governance and security to it, and be in a position where I can understand and articulate the data sources my consumers are using across that certified data set. Okay. So here's 5 use cases that exist within the manufacturing space that I'll have stories on today. We'll talk about supply chain. We'll talk about B2B experiences, building a product like what Brian and Lewin were talking about, the connected product story. Customer service stories. How do I, as a manufacturer that I'm interacting with the customer, how do I improve the customer service story that they would be having? And then also the executive story, which ironically enough seems to be like the first story we go after because it's about business physical. You can ask questions as we go. I'll try to keep us on track. All right, so the first story is an idea and practice about supply chain. This is, I'd say, 100% the most common use case that comes up as we do data roadmaps, is the idea around how do I understand and optimize different parts of my supply chain? Whether it's I can't build products fast enough, or it's I have a high degree of diversity within when I need product based upon events or based upon times of year or types of products I'm building, or it's simply I need to stock enough at different points to be able to predict what I'm doing. So I'm going to use an example of a $1 billion producer. This is a company in Chicago. They produce remanufactured ink cartridges and cell phones. So like, you know, when you go to, you break your cell phone, you got one of those, service plans, and they send you a new cell phone. Well, that cell phone has been remanufactured in a company from other broken cell phones, and then sold back, delivered back to you. So this company does that. Or like ink cartridges, instead of getting a new one, you can get these like remanufactured ones, that cost a lot less. They'll do these kinds of things. So they have about $1 billion in production. And they have a similar story to you. They have different kinds of consumers. They have consumers that are, customers that are big customers, like an AT&T. Like AT&T, for example, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of cell phones that get wrecked on these insurance plans that you have. But they also have like Zaza's cell phone exchange that calls in and needs like, 25 of them or something. So they have diverse types of customers that they have interrelationships with. So what this company did is they took that $1 billion pipeline and they used historical data to be able to understand the sources of those purchases. What they ended up having to do is diversify that into several different actual sub-supply chains. Some of those supply chains were for the big customers that were buying a lot. Some of these very diverse, smaller purchasers that were buying only a little. They then moved that into creating an AI model that was combined with the human intuition of their supply chain planners. One of the things that we've discovered by being engaged in this particular place is it doesn't matter what kind of ERP system you have, or if you have people engaged in the supply chain, you likely have a high degree of optimization opportunity here. And one of the reasons we found that is because humans just simply aren't that good at math. My daughter's taking Calculus 1 right now. She keeps asking me questions, and I can't answer them. And she said, "Dad, I thought you went to college." And I'm like, yeah, that was like 20-something years ago. Like I passed calc by the skin of my teeth, and I don't remember how to do this anymore. Go ask your tutor. So this AI model is something that is a really nice advantage when combining that with human intuition. These supply chainers know their business. They understand their business. They understand the kinds of people. You ever watch Moneyball? You know, like when he's sitting around the table and he's like, what kind of person do we need? What kind of person do we need? And the guy's like, well, this guy's, you know, he's out of shape and he can't hit it, or he's lost it all and blah, 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 right? And it's all this intuition. And that's not like intuition that's bad intuition, but they're not combining that intuition with the data. What Billy Bean did was combine that intuition with the data. He turned it into something that was usable by taking what the computer could do better, which is the math, and then combining that with what the supply chain planners would do. What we find out with this customer is the supply chain planners were doing the exact opposite moves that they should be doing. Just like when I trade in the stock market, that's why I leave it alone. Like, they were making all the wrong decisions. And what we found was that there's an opportunity for a 40% improvement in their supply chain accuracy. Pretty huge. So what that meant is that 40% of the capital they were using for supply chain was misleveraged, which resulted in a year-over-year improvement in their supply chain optimization of $40 million. Actually, you told me yesterday it was $50 million. For a $1 billion company, that's a big change. It's a big change. And that's simply by taking advantage of the tools and capabilities that were already there based on historical data. So this is a little bit of a picture of what that looks like. So what you understand when you're looking at inventory need is that it all starts with the demand forecast. If you want to fix inventory, you have to understand demand. If you want to understand demand, you need to know what creates demand. So what this creates is an understanding of your customers, an understanding of your pipeline. So what this company did, and this is really cool, is they used this project to create relationships with their suppliers and customers to predict their demand and predict what they needed to serve. And instead of it simply being an internal tool, it became a sales tool and it became a supplier management tool for them to create these strong relationships where their suppliers replaced the tools they were using with this company's tool, to a point where their relationship with them is now based on the tool that they use. And they're constantly looking at it and using it as a way to optimize. So it wasn't just an internal optimization tool, it was a way for them to show their innovation with their customers and partners to create stronger relationships and a stronger supply chain. So when we talk about like how brittle the supply chain is, how better do we do that? By integrating with our suppliers in a stronger way to create a better outcome. And that all ultimately leads downstream for us to do a better job of serving them and better predicting. So what did we learn? Some things that we learned from this: historical data is a must. We've attacked a whole bunch of these problems lately. Some of them have been successful, some have been less than successful. What we've learned is now we need to really do a great job upfront pre-qualifying to figure out how we get historical data. And that could be from the market, it could be from the company itself, but the historical data in a meaningful way, and this is where they call it COVID issue kind of comes into play, because the COVID spike created a lot of weird data that's not reflective of what's happening now. So there's a number of different aspects of that we have to make sure we understand, that historical data. That's a must. Ultimately, we found that the optimization is completely independent of their ERP journey. You could have 50 ERPs or one. You could have the best ERP or one that you've never replaced for many, many years. We can still attack this problem and augment it with a better way of innovating. It's also about processes over departments. This needs executive sponsorship. If it's IT, it will not succeed. If it's IT, it will not succeed. We've had that experience. We've had the right model without the executive sponsorship, and it's gone. You need to have the executive sponsorship. But if it has the executive sponsorship, because why? It's about money. If you drive the executive sponsorship, you can create processes across the company. It's not about departmental silos. It's about the process, optimizing it, making it better. That percentage of improvement from the top down, like what you were talking about, how do I improve that single metric? How do I make that metric something that I make better in my organization? Understand that IT can't drive it on their own. Anybody, another thing I'd add into this, have you guys seen DALL-E? DALL-E, the like image generator? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll put that on. I think I've got it on LinkedIn at some point. So DALL-E is this natural language generator that lets us basically type in like a dog wearing socks riding a bike in impressionist style. And it will create an image of a dog wearing socks, riding a bike in impressionist style. Completely unique image, not like from somewhere else. It actually paints it virtually on the internet. One of the questions I posed to my kids and to some other people was, how does this make you feel about the relationship between this and art? Does it devalue art? And at the heart of that is, does this devalue the human intellect? Does it devalue the human difference? And I think no. And I think in this case, no. Because this was the question that we ran into. All the supply chain people in this company were like, am I going to lose my job? Am I going to lose my job? Lose my job. I'm not as valuable because I'm not using Excel to create the supply chain delivery model. And I think what this really drives out, and that drives out, is the combination of tech and the human difference is what makes this special. And you bring those two things together and you create something truly impression-driven, something that truly creates value within the organization because you've combined those two things. So it's important when pursuing these initiatives to say, this isn't about replacing you. That's not where my cost is coming from. This is about further actualizing what makes you special with what I can take advantage of from technology. That's an important part of what we found with this particular initiative. Okay, next idea is the connected product. Now, connected product ideas are awesome. This is, that whole beer kegerator thing. We actually had a company that makes the beer distribution flow deals, what do you call it? Yeah, the kegs. Come out to concurrency. They were here by happenstance, and they're like, we're talking about creating a connected keg, and I'm like, we have one downstairs. Let's talk about it. So you never know when a company is going to come around that's actually doing something that you want to share with them. And so the idea behind connected product is truly to take the mission of your business. In this context, it was the mission of the business to be able to create the beer flow nozzles and express it by leveraging technology. So the example I'm going to talk about is a company that builds garage door openers. So who has a MyQ? All right, yes. We're using something that we worked with a customer on. So I had the precursor to MyQ, which we all had, which is the clicker garage door opener that most of the time doesn't work, and then you hit it on your dashboard and you're like, what the hell, this thing's not working. And you're like, but at the end of the day, you're kind of, all it really does is single function, right? Open and close my garage door. And to a degree, you're like, why would I ever replace this thing? That's really all it does. It's single function, it does its job. If you're Chamberlain or a garage door company, you think, well, how can I establish a different kind of delivery model? But even more so, they sell through distributors. You buy from Home Depot, you buy from Bob's garage door installation service. They never talk to your customer. You don't have a direct relationship with that customer. You sell through an intermediary. This is a very recurring challenge for a lot of manufacturing partners we work with. They sell through an intermediary. They want to have a direct relationship with their customer. They're challenged to do so because they don't want to bite the hand that feeds them. They have 70% or 80% of their revenue comes through these particular distributors, but they're totally hostage to them. That distributor decides to switch products. They find something better. There goes your revenue stream. They find something they want to produce differently. So how do I establish a value chain to my customer that's full and complete? Well, there's 3 elements to this. One is I want connected data from that customer product. I want to understand how they're using it so I can make a better product. 2, I want business data about that product. I want to know what are the use cases? What are the times of day? What's the use case that makes it easier for them? And then the 3rd is I have suppliers, and those suppliers sometimes need to fix these products. Sometimes they don't work. Sometimes the garage door opener isn't opening and closing properly. Happened to me. It's the one over my the stall that has the mower in it. Stopped opening and closing. I like an idiot. Goes pulling on the stupid thing and opening. I can't fix it. Right? So they have to come out and service my garage door opener. There's different elements of this particular product. So the goal of creating the connected garage door opener for this company was I want to create a direct relationship with my customer. I want to help my supplier by giving them more information about their customer and creating a service relationship. And I want to cross-sell other products into that value chain. And that's what MyQ did. So what MyQ did is it said, I'm going to take a dumb garage door opener or a new product garage door opener. I'm going to enable it as an app on your phone. So the MyQ product basically is an app on your phone that lets you open and close your garage door. It lets you see if it's open, it lets you know when it was closed, it lets you get alerts, like I'm gone on vacation, it lets you enable a guest, like my neighbor who's going to come over and check my plants and water them while I'm gone. I can enable them for a week to open and close my garage door. I see that when my neighbor got one, and we started to work on building this for them, is, wow, that's an experience that's way better than what I'm doing today. But one of the challenges is sometimes you don't want to upgrade your current experience. Sometimes you don't want to buy the whole new thing. So they even made a product that tacks onto the older garage door openers, which is what I did, to be able to enable my oldest dirt garage door opener with that experience. What does it do for me? It enables me as a customer with Chamberlain. It also tells me that next time I want to buy a new garage door opener, I'm going to go buy one of those. And it makes me a walking, talking, just ad for their company. So when we needed new garage door openers up north, we got, 4 new garage door openers, all from Chamberlain, that are delivering that product with a new experience, all enabled by MyQ. So now I can see all my garage door openers. I can open them and close my ones up north even, if I wanted to. So a couple interesting learnings from this. The first is that the connected product aids the distributor relationship. So if my goal is to avoid biting the hand that feeds me, the connected product aids that relationship by creating needs. I can sell them other things, like new garage door openers, or add-on, tack-on services, or service, because maybe it's getting worn out, and I can see from the friction or the amount of time it takes to open, or the sensors, that it's struggling too much to open the garage door, or something's fallen off. I can send out a service tech to be able to address a need that they have. Second is the aim to build connected into a product shouldn't be an option. So when we try to make it an option, I have several other stories from other companies where they tried to make it an option for their product. It's hard for the customer to decide to upgrade to make it connected. So if you decide to make all your products connected, build it into the price of the service, you then immediately establish that long-term relationship with them, even if it's at cost, versus trying to upsell it as like a premium feature. Make a premium feature out of like the cool extra things it's going to do, but don't make the premium feature out of it being connected. Make the connected function of it actually just a normal part of the product. They won't notice if you increase the price of the product $100 for you to make it connected. What they will notice is if it's an option and they have to pay. And then you don't get all that data from all your deployed systems. So build the premium features on the basic experience to upsell them new capabilities. Another aspect of this is to think about identity from the onset. We're retroactively addressing the identity platform in a lot of custom apps today. And that identity platform, it's interesting because it's like one of the most niche needs, but it's one of the most important needs. One of our former developers, or actually the current one, he said, identity development is like something where you take a person, you put them into a solitary confinement and feed them through the door because it's so important that they have to get it right. And identity is one of those things that people kind of don't think about ahead of time when they build the scale in these kind of these customer product development stories. And then the last learning from this has been that one killer function is better than 10 weak ones. The ability to open and close my garage door, that is the killer function of my cube. That is the killer function. It does a whole bunch of other things, but opening and closing the garage door I'm totally addicted to that idea now. Like, never have to buy anything ever again to open and close my garage door. It just doesn't. Have the one killer function, and that is something really interesting. If you want to talk to someone else in the room that's doing something really interesting around connected product, I recommend that you talk with Brunswick folks, like Greg Neviu is over here in the room, and they are building connected boats. So a similar kind of story of taking a product that is the mission of the business, essentially, is delivering great boating experiences to their customers, and becoming truly a leader in the digital boating world by building connected boating experiences, both on boat and off boat. So if you want to have some interesting conversations with Greg, I'm sure he'd be happy to share you how Brunswick is really being a leader in that space. Just fantastic.
It was a little painful before, and Brian said it was just a boat if it wasn't digital, right?
All right, next idea, business to business sales. So B2B sales is like the forgotten art of optimization, but we happen to have a partnership with a really interesting business that does metal manufacturing, and their CTO who is willing to take a bet on doing improved B2B sales. So this is about a $2 to $3 billion company, Lewin? Yeah, okay. They have about 600 some sales reps that deliver custom metal products to manufacturers. So think I'm building a dishwasher. Okay, cool. What kind of dishwasher? Well, I want one with this nice stainless steel front on it, like we all do, right? Well, that metal came from somewhere, and it had to be shaped in a particular way for that customer, with a particular type of alloy, in some cases cheap, in some cases not so cheap. And that particular metal and that particular shape is probably only good for that customer. So they're having to source and deliver metal products across 80,000 or more potential SKU types to various manufacturers that are building things like dishwasher hoods. And when a request comes in to say, I need 10,000 of this particular type of metal in this shape, in this size, in this location, or a small request that I need 50 of them comes in, someone has to take that request. And oddly enough, most of them come in through email. So guy sends in an email and says, I'm at, dishwasher manufacturer X, and I need this kind of metal that's going to help me serve my customers. So in this case, someone has to interpret that and then figure out how to source a quote for them. Man, is that a complicated learning, heavy training process to get people with the capability to do. You need an engineering degree, frankly, to be able to do this well. And the challenge with that is that's extremely hard to scale. So as a company that is a global company, they have many manufacturing distribution all over the world. They make up less than 10% of the actual metal distribution. There's so many different competitors. And one of the biggest things that they have challenges with is they're a large distributor. There's lots of these little itty bitty distributors that have that one guy who can respond really well. So how do they productize this and turn the hard work into easy work? Well, the goal was to automate the matching of the request to the supply chain. So interpret the request using natural language processing. Remember when I talked about DALL-E, how you can take the request to create art and turn it into something beautiful? Same idea, right? I'm taking this request for natural language processing. You take a time to quote from 4 hours to less than 5 minutes. 2.5, thank you. That's pretty amazing. And in a business where time to quote is the single biggest determination of whether or not you get the deal, this has a major impact on the revenue. So this CTO took a bet on this use case with us, and their customer conversion goes up 25% because they can simply deliver more quotes on time with less training. And they've tested this across, 50 something of their people. Now they're distributing out the rest of the 600. What that's going to do is continue to make them more competitive in the market than their competitors, even if they have the smart guy on the phone. And what it lets them also do is turn it into new experiences. So what are the learnings we have from this? First is understand the workflow really well before building. If I'm a sales rep and I'm getting that request, what's the path that I have to go down in order to make that sale? And how do I ensure that I don't have to back the customer back down that path? Because that goes to this next idea. Target the primary and backup routes. Don't make the customer go down the path twice. So think about first the sales rep. If I'm going from interpreting the email to figuring it out myself to then creating the quote, what's the thing I don't want to have to do? Waste time. So what would happen if I used the tool, it didn't find exactly what I needed, and in order to do it myself, I had to back out of the tool and do it myself. I don't want to use it, right? Because I don't trust that it's going to get me there. What does this mean? It means even if it doesn't figure out the right product the first time, maybe it has an idea that it could be 5 different things. Move them down the path to pick from the 5 things and give them the information to make the decision, rather than back them out of the process to be able to make the decision. Think about like when we call into those really annoying customer service experiences, and like I get a person and I tell them everything, and they're like, well, I'm not the person to talk to, and then they send you to someone else. Terrible customer experience, right? So in order to get adoption, we need to make sure that was the case. Then what's the next step? Give the customer a bot. I don't need a sales rep. Give the customer a bot. They can go down the path. What if the customer doesn't get to what they need? Take the information, directly give it to the sales rep so they can have a great experience. So don't waste the primary path activity. Capture it, save it, bring it forward. Gather that usage path data, and then pivot to simple use cases for the B2B customers, and that's where that bot kind of experience comes into play. I may not be able to do everything for them, but I can serve a lot of these like repeat buy, next use case. I can do asynchronous, never undervalue the asynchronous communication path. It's so valuable for your customers. People love asynchronous communication simply because I can do other things while I'm waiting. So this is a really fun one to talk about. Love to talk about it more afterward. All right, so connecting to this is the idea of customer service. Another great usage of data. Customer service is a story that in that use case directly fits. In this use case has a lot of the same stories. Here we go, okay. So this is a $4 billion company. They produce windows. So think about what goes into producing windows. You have supply chain, wood, glass. You have a lot of different types of structures of what these windows look like. You have a complexity of producing it for your custom usage, like they measure them out, it gets to a certain point. All these points of failure across this process, right? And what they want to be able to do is reconcile the supply chain delays and their customer sat to deliver better end visibility. Somebody said, like, if I know something bad is going to happen, as long as I tell them in advance, everything's going to be okay, right? If I know what the supply chain process is going to look like, I may not entirely like it, but at least if I know what it's going to look like, I'm going to accept it. What they were struggling to do is even set reasonable expectations with their customers as to when they were going to get their window, because they couldn't reconcile their supply chain. You know, think about the picture of the elephant, like it's a trunk, it's a leg, it's a rope or whatever. They were having trouble looking at the picture of the elephant, stepping back to see the data estate and say, here are the pieces that make up your order and how I can compute a reasonable expectation for you, customer. And now think about customer in a multi-pronged way. Again, this company doesn't serve their customers directly. They don't sell straight to their customers. They sell through window installation organizations. So their customer is their customer's customer. How do I set expectations with Bob, who's buying new windows, through the company that's installing them back to us? And who do they need to serve to be able to help provide that expectation is their CSRs. So they have a CSR that's serving that customer, and then they also have the relationship happening down the line. And what this improves for them by fixing this is higher customer retention. Okay, so there are several parts of how they went about addressing this. One is all the data sources that make this up. And this goes back to that, if you build it, they will come, be not the approach. This approach is tied to finding each of the necessary data sources to serve this use case. Pull that data into the cloud data environment and the things surrounding it to be able to focus on a use case that we can hit quickly, which ultimately says all that data is flowing from these multiple systems, going to the why, which is what Lewin talked about. My CSR needs to be able to look at a meaningful interface that provides me with an expectation that I can deliver to the customer. And once my CSR has that experience, we turn it into a bot, which the bot is, where's my order? Which then lets you get back to something that you have confidence with your customer. If I can answer the where's my order through a bot, I can bring that here, straight to a customer experience. And I can allow the customer, which in this case is the installer, to be able to set expectations with the end customer, which is the window owner. And maybe even bring it even further to establish a direct relationship with them. And it all starts with understanding the data that fits into that picture and pulling it into a usable use case, not having to focus on lifting the entire estate all at once to be able to do that well. This is an experience of customers impacted by a supply chain. Here's the ones that are okay. Here's the ones that that supply chain is going to impact. These are the ones we need to go have conversations with proactively. I had an impact. I'm going to go have a conversation with them. We're going to address it proactively. That's a way to go think about it in a way that lets me engage the customer rather than wait for them to engage me. How can I enable high customer service by letting them know and setting expectations about that impact? Most of the time, we just kind of wait. Like, don't you hate it when you order something on Amazon and it says it's going to be there in 7 days and all of a sudden it just doesn't show up? And you go back and then it's canceled and it's like, what's going on here? Like, couldn't you have at least told me? More proactivity that we can build into our supply chain and happier customer relationships we'll have. So this is an example of, where's my order at? Build an AI model for that. So learnings attached to this are understanding the data sources that let us provide correct status. Also, under-promise on the pizza tracker. Everyone wants a pizza tracker. Realize the pizza tracker is like the hardest thing to create because it's all about the data. It's not the experience with the pizza. The user experience is super simple. How many of you know that the original pizza tracker had no IoT in it? They just set like an average amount of time it was going to take to get to you, and it was just like you just didn't know, right? Like it's like, oh, the average amount of time. So it's like it's in the oven now and it's on its way. Like actually had nothing to do with that. It was just a timer. So you just kind of had this general expectation, but they were so low on the expectations that everybody was sort of generally okay. Now it's much more IoT enabled, and they can give you coupons ahead of time if it's not on time and stuff. But ultimately, that's where they started. Provide same thing with the last one. Provide the escalation path that doesn't waste steps. Arm the CSRs with the same experience that the customers have. It's the same data, just give them more. And then know how and where the supply chain impact create uncertainty. That's the hardest part. Where does uncertainty come from? So one of the maps that we start to ideate with them is, how does the supply chain impact at different parts? You ever heard of the term chaos engineering? Like start pulling things out and see what happens. How does chaos impact different parts of our supply chain? What happens if this saw goes down? What happens if this part of the supply chain fails? I can do a certain degree of chaos engineering to say, if this happens, I can start to provide expectation back to my customers, even in that instance of what the change might be. Okay, this last one is kind of combining all these stories. And I think it's really, really interesting because it's a very large customer and it's one that's doing some really fascinating things. You've probably heard of many of them. So this is a $50 billion company. They have well over 11 sub-entities on legacy ERP platforms. And what they do is food distribution. So there's 3 food distributors in the United States that are of real significance. And they distribute to grocery stores, to convenience stores, to restaurants, to pre-made food that goes to people's homes, different types of food distribution technologies and capabilities. And what this food distributor has been doing is acquiring different companies that either are complementary to their set or are already within their set to be able to be a stronger and stronger and stronger food distributor. And one of the challenges that they've had is I have all these ERP platforms from these acquisitions. And at some point, who's had that problem before? This whole ERP consolidation is ultimately going to solve our problems story is a very, very, very long journey. And it's never done. It truly is never done. And what they set out to do is to accelerate the time to value between acquisition and customer value. How quickly can I turn the acquisition into something that provides benefit to our customers? So what they set out to do is to be able to build the Amazon of food service platform. How can I take 11 different platforms and unite them under one banner that if my customer of this particular food supplier is buying that product and I acquired this other company, now I can go buy from this other company or this other company or this other company days after I bought that company and added it to my portfolio. They truly want to be the Amazon of food service, not simply a consolidated ERP organization or a bunch of separate supplements. So in order to do that, they needed to understand how intelligent data is aggregated across an estate by creating a certified data set. And one of the challenges attached to that is they have different ways they coded everything, right? I have a different product number. I have different IDs. They conflict. They have different lengths and names and same names for the same things. How do I create a usable product catalog across all these estates? Something Lynn's been helping them solve is that establishment of a certified data set that allows that visibility for several different use cases. One, publishing for executive consumption, just being able to rationalize the financial state of the organization across several ERP platforms so that executives can make a decision. And then also for delivering that in a customer experience for my customers and delivering customer experience across that same platform. So this story really brings all these previous stories together. It's realizing that I don't need to do a lot of the sub-consolidation in order to get time to value from data and to bring that to the table in a way that really lets me get executive insights and deliver customer value at the same time. So getting experiences like this where they deliver a view in one spot for their executives, or telling a story from something over here, which is a big story, down to lower information, and be able to experience that in a visible way. So our learnings ultimately have come to ERP consolidations are never done. So don't bet on that as a framework to make your data state more palatable. Figure out how you move your data state forward independent of the base consolidation or sunsetting of platforms. Create capability to manage the intake across those businesses. And then also, this is a big one, don't promise the moon. This was really setting those expectations up front was a huge part of this, understanding that there's some really important single metrics that make a big difference to these suppliers and distributors and customers. Focus on what's really important in delivering that value back to the consumer. The certified data set is a really important term. Understanding what that means to you. What are the top 10 pieces of data that if I standardize across the company, I can input a lot under the covers, but I can surface that and trust it. And then applying governance strictly to the certified data. So if I have one certified data set that says these sub items like product number are an agreed field within my certified data set, applying governance to what that means and managing it over time starts to build competency across the organization around trusting the data. If you started with, and this is where we had to back out on this and move back forward again, was if you try to start up a certified data set on like 300 different fields, you're going to be stuck in, it's not a tech problem, it's a people politics problem. It's a, I can't do this because problem. Move out of that move to, these are the 5 most important metrics or the most important metric. Let's get executive sponsorship on that. Focus on solving it, move on to the next one. Focus on solving it, move on to the next one. Get the politics out of the way. Get to a point where you can truly make decisions.
So are you calling a certified data set a canonical data model? It's not quite that scale, right? It's a much smaller scale.
Yes, yes. A canonical data model would be like a economic maximum of that, right? Like, I'm talking about a thing. Like, let's just agree that this is. Okay, so we're gonna go hit some lunch, and I'm gonna just finish up talking about governance for a second. So ultimately, governance, you don't need to know all this for this conversation, but ultimately governance is about understanding the flow of the entire data set across your organization. And again, if you start with the one thing, then you can build that incrementally instead of having to think about the entire governance model all at once. The best systems start to do this on their own. The best systems are built around discovering, giving you insight into the landscape, and then determining one piece of data that's important to you, marking as certified, indicating an owner, moving forward with that data set. Moving from source system to the modern data platform to the certified data set. And then over here really is about applying security to scoped access for both visualization, exploration of that data, and then applying operational processes that are way down here in the sort of ML ops, data ops space. Very few companies are getting here because they can't really even get to this. You can't do operational data management unless you understand what you're managing and where you got it from. And that's where governance really becomes the main point of the picture. Also pictures like that. Same kind of idea around security controls. Give you this later. And then ultimately adoption and understanding that there's multiple paths to this. In AI, it's about identifying needs, its relationship to architecture, relationship to the governance model, and then improving processes. And these all are multiple streams that have to kind of run together. And you don't make it easier by making the process more complicated. You make it easier by focusing on value, a value chain. So how to take it forward? These are my my go-dos for anyone who's attempting to make a better data state for the company. Establish a strategy. It sounds sort of obvious, but a lot of companies try to do this without doing this. They're like, cool, I'm going to build stuff in Snowflake or Azure, and I'm going to start trying to do things down the line without really understanding what their core business value. If it doesn't start with business value and business sponsorship, you can hire all your data scientists and data engineers, but you're not going to be truly getting value from it. It starts with strategy. Driving the strategy into the viable AI use cases that then you put focus behind, that leverage the modern estate to fulfill the use case, prove the value, prove that you actually got something from it. And then the next one will come. If you build it, they will come. Only happens if you build value. That's when people will do more of it. All right, thanks. And we can stop for a couple questions, and then we can go hit some lunch. So, what questions you guys got?
Have you productized any of these solutions that you've created, or are they all custom solutions?
Great question. Yeah, the supply chain one, we've come up with about 7 IP solutions around AI ML and product innovation is one of them, and particularly the supply chain. So we've done enough of those models where we can do it a lot faster than we used to. So the first one we did, which is that story I was talking to, it probably was like $1.5 million, which doesn't seem like a lot. Some companies are it's a lot for others, but it was about $1.5 million to be able to build that the first time. We could do that in a month now. So you learn a lot doing this wrong, and then you figure out how to do it right. So yeah, we productize it a fair amount. Other questions? All right, let's go get some lunch. Well, thanks, Nathan.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here today for our manufacturing summit. Thank you for staying through lunch. Hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed two of them. So hopefully this session will go well, and I want to make an immediate dash to the restrooms. I'm Chris Blackburn. I'm one of the solutions architects here at Concurrency in our modern workplace practice. And I want to share with you today about, there we go, security for your manufacturing floor and your devices. So it goes beyond that. It goes to talk about security for your users, for your data center. We'll talk about that in a little bit, core paradigms of protection as I kind of envisioned it here at Concurrency. And to be able to share some lessons learned. Some are real scenarios that Microsoft has seen with partners. Some of them are real scenarios that I've seen with customers, but the names have been removed to protect the innocent. So just look at that as we start to tell those stories, you'll probably be able to see which ones are real and which ones are ones that were pulled from Microsoft. So we'll look into what Zero Trust is in architecture, threat vulnerability management, as well as the security landscape in a modern enterprise. A little bit about me. I was a little younger there when I started Concurrency 7 years ago. But I have been in the Microsoft consulting space for over 20 years, been working in 365 since it matured a little over 7 years ago. Father of three, one of them is, even though I'm from Minneapolis, he is at UW Clare. So I don't hear any cheers. Cheers, yay. He's in the marching band, so we're proud of him. But a little bit more about kind of what I do on a day-to-day basis at Concurrency. A lot of around the architecture and delivery around Microsoft 365. And so we look at that from really those four core paradigms of the whole concept of hybrid. We look at cloud and identity collaboration, security and compliance and endpoint management. All of those are engagements and work that I've helped thousands of seats and dozens of clients work with over the years. And when I'm not doing IT stuff, I'm still dealing with technology, but more around the music space. I have a DJ in electronic music. I've played around the world. And so it's fun to get out from behind the computer and also still connect with people through that shared love of music. So it's a little bit about me. I've also got my blog, memphistech.net, which is where I started my IT career growing up in Memphis, Tennessee, as well as LinkedIn. You can find some of those blogs and articles that I'll share there as well. So let's talk about the concept of Zero Trust in manufacturing. And Nathan talked about this a little bit from manufacturing and some of those domains. We're going to drill in a little bit further to the security domains as we look at those. There's really 6 of those, with the first of them being our endpoint devices. Those are the ones that we as information workers, we as frontline workers interface with on a day-to-day basis. Those could be workstations, those could be laptops, those could be handheld mobile devices. Moving then to devices on the shop floor, that could be equipment, large equipment, small equipment, IoT equipment. It could be handhelds, it could be printers. Those are just a few examples of some of the ones that you may see in a common manufacturing floor. And then moving from the devices, we look at that IP, the customer products. What is your IP? Are you making products for customers? Do you hold their IP? How do you protect that intellectual property and that data, ensure it's secure, backed up, protected? And then moving into how you interface with that data, a lot of it does happen through applications. It's in-house developed. It's ones that you buy off the shelf. It's ones that are hosted. It's ones that you have hosted. All of those are core to running your business and really do interface a lot of that data. They also interface with how your users authenticate to them, which we'll talk about the user story and protection in a little bit as well. And then we look at the data center, where all of that is being housed. Where are we storing our data? Where are our servers located? Are they in our data center? Are they in Microsoft's? How are we interconnecting those networks? How are we looking at things like micro-segmentation, which we'll talk about a little bit as well. Looking at servers and storage. Those are all critical infrastructure that really powers all of this and allows us to work as organizations. So making sure that that data center is protected is one of the highest on any organization's list that we work with. And then finally, collaboration. It's really how are you engaging with your users? How are you engaging with your customers? A lot of it does overlap, I should say, with the data center, with applications, because it involves files. How are you exchanging emails? Are those secure? How are you engaging in chat? Are you sharing intellectual property with chat? So
a lot of these domains really are interconnected. And so as we talk about the different ways that we protect those, keep in mind how we look at them from a domain perspective and where they fall in place with those paradigms of protection that we'll talk about. And what is the biggest reason why we as organizations, manufacturing, et cetera, really think about zero trust? And it really happens to be because of these two biggest threats that we've seen and other organizations have seen. It's ransomware and it's targeted attacks. And with each of those, the biggest vehicle for attacking organizations and threatening organizations is that concept of lateral movement and protecting our networks from how they used to be from the concept of a traditional flat network. Really, those days are gone. We have to look at it from a more modern perspective because a simplified flat network is a security risk. You can move from a compromised workstation all the way into your manufacturing floor, into your data centers. And we have seen this time and time again, not only through horror stories that we read about on the news, but also engaging with customers as well. This is what we want to avoid. And we'll talk about steps to take to be able to protect against those. And why do we care that our network is a more modern network, that we move away from this concept of a flat network is because of lateral movement. One of the biggest means of lateral movement that we see and continue to see is email campaigns, whether it is targeted or whether it's a blanket campaign from a threat actor. One click of an email, and the next thing that you know, a device or an account is compromised. From there, with a flat network, we're able to then access data and have that same level of data access as not only other employees, but also applications. And in having that access and using that credential abuse, it allows those bad actors to elevate the level of access that it has within their environment, having access to other machines, having access to the data center. From there, using that credential theft and abuse, and then they're able to get access to that data, maybe in a data center, maybe it's a application server. All of those are sensitive business assets that you have that you need to protect. And so what if I told you that there is no CorpNet? What if I told you that you don't have to have a domain? What if I told you that you can still operate your business securely? Take the red pill and you can continue with your current network security structure. Take the blue pill and we'll see how far down the zero trust story we can go. A little bit of a matrix was there. So what is zero trust? I want you to keep this in mind. It is not a place. It is not a thing. It is a journey. Zero trust is a constant journey that you're on to continue to enhance your security posture. You'll continue to be on it now, and you'll continue to be on it until you retire, and then it's someone else's problem. But as we think about zero trust, we always want to keep in mind, what does that actually mean? It means that with every authentication, every access that our users do, we never trust it. We always are going to verify it. Number two, it's assuming that every resource is on the open internet. My favorite analogy of this is treat your corporate network like it's a Starbucks. Your users have to authenticate to get onto it. Your users have to authenticate to go out of it. Your users have to authenticate to move into different parts of the network, to secure resources. No matter what workload you're accessing or what location you are, treat it as if it's the public internet and verify every time and assume that it is on the public internet as well. And then how do we control access to our applications? How do we control access to servers, data, identities, logins, credentials, authentication? And so keeping in mind that identity as the control plane gives us that first step into understanding how we want to protect our assets in our environment. And so thinking about that zero trust control strategy, we want to think about three concepts. We want to think about the signals that come in that we evaluate through our identities, through our users and our devices that they're accessing our resources on. We want to look at how we're evaluating protecting those resources. What policies do we have in place? Things like conditional access, MFA, great ways to start, but what more can we be doing? How do we look at those requests? How do we reevaluate those throughout that user access? So whether a user is still on the same IP address or maybe they're on a different computer, we're always constantly evaluating how they're accessing our resources. And then finally, enforcement of access to those resources. It doesn't matter if it's an application that you've written or that you have hosted or that you have a SaaS application or a trust set up with. We want to make sure that we're enforcing access to all of those resources, both hosted, owned, etc. And as we look at Zero Trust as that umbrella that takes us on that journey, we want to look at user risks and devices, and we're constantly evaluating those. We're using threat intelligence. We're using the policies that we've established. We're continuously evaluating those to determine you're okay 1 minute, but then all of a sudden now someone tried to log in with your credentials from Russia. Now we want to force you to step up and use two-factor. Maybe your password was discovered in the dark web on a leaked password list from an organization that was hacked. We want to force that user to remediate their account, or maybe there's a compromise on their device. We want them to be remediating that device if a risk is detected. And then from there, once access is allowed, then we have the ability to access a number of resources, whether we can still get to our files, things like SharePoint Online, through team sites. We're constantly monitoring and restricting access and determining maybe this level of access is okay, or maybe we need to step up because we're accessing certain networks or certain pieces of legacy applications. Just this week, Microsoft introduced step-up authentication, phish-proof security and conditional access, where maybe you have regular conditional access policies for certain resources, maybe very critical resources. You need to use a FIDO2 key, or you need to have some level of biometric authentication to be able to access those resources. Brand new, coming out in conditional access. Just read about it, had to share that. So thinking about Zero Trust and our devices, our users, our IP and our data center is that first step on the journey. But the longer portion of that journey that we see with a lot of our customers is the network. What are we doing to protect our network? What are we looking at from a network security model? How do we look at things like network segmentation and going down that journey to protect our resources? What are we doing for threat protection on the network, even after it's segmented, to ensure that it is protected? And then finally, how are we looking at the encryption that is existing on our network? So all of that access is evaluated, it's segmented. We are looking at threats, and it's sent encrypted end to end. That is the nirvana, that is the optimal end state from a network security perspective. And Azure has done a fantastic job of really enforcing a lot of that thought process and that mentality, where we can look at our networking, we can look at our network security, and then we can look at how we're actually getting access to resources through things like Azure Firewall. All this living in an encrypted world, which is even more the reason to get out of the data center business if you're still in it and considering that you don't want to be in that business for a number of reasons, cost, but also security playing a big piece of that as well. So at the end of the day, as we look at that end state, we look at that modern network, we see that it is more complex, and it is driven by a number of technologies that involve lots of identities from lots of different resources, some that we host, some that we don't. And we look at applications that live within our own control, but then also shadow IT. What are applications that our end users may be introducing that we don't have control over? And where are they accessing it from? Are they accessing it from company devices, their personal devices, their grandma's computer, as I like to hear some people use as analogies? All that we have to layer adaptive access control. Everything and every access has to be constantly evaluated. We have to know when to elevate those levels of access and those resources. And one of my favorite examples to use is really, how does Microsoft do it? They use a lot of these technologies. They go back to the example that I had mentioned about treating their network like it's a Starbucks, and moving towards that end state where really you separate business functionality and usability are very important to look at to get to that Zero Trust end state. And so you may be asking yourself, how do we get there, and what are some steps you can take to get along to that journey? How do I simplify and prioritize some of those Zero Trust initiatives? We'll touch on this a little bit more at the end, but really wanted to focus that a lot of it really exists around the endpoint story, the collaboration story, and security. As we look at how we move to Azure AD Join, with autopilot? How are we protecting our devices with Defender, both our devices that we use as information workers and our devices that live in our data centers that run our business, things like Defender for IoT. We get rid of that on-prem AD, as crazy as it sounds. That is the direction a lot of organizations are moving to, is Azure AD join for devices. And then for those that still have that need for certain business processes along that journey to Zero Trust, they are looking at things like local password administration, using cloud technologies like Intune for device management, and being able to leverage things like Cloud Labs to be able to rotate those passwords from anywhere and not have a dependency on Active Directory. So the endpoint is a very key piece of that story. Our collaboration, again, moving your email to Exchange Online. We still have projects we do up to this date, as long as Exchange Online has been around, 7 years, 8 years in the making. We still actively have projects where we're moving customers' email to the cloud. So that's a first stepping stone of that journey into the cloud, but also as part of Zero Trust as well, because then we can look at our identities. We can look at how we are storing our data on-prem. We can look at how we collaborate through Teams, how we're making phone calls, which is becoming less and less as we're using things like Teams for meetings, but there are still a lot of business purposes. There are still contact centers that are being driven by Teams today, and getting those off those legacy PBXs is another stepping stone to Zero Trust, as well as looking at our data. That data as it sits at rest, where we're able to apply labeling and DLP, and how that exists within the Microsoft clouds, as well as being able to evaluate it on our endpoints as well. And then security, being able to enforce things like conditional access, not only looking at is our device trusted, but is it healthy? Being able to monitor threats across the workforce with our data center, with Defender, using Sentinel to be able to respond quickly to security across our entire landscape, and then micro-segmentation across the network to not only protect our data center, but the rest of our operations, from our information worker down to our plant floor. So let's start with detecting and responding to modern threats, and understanding that we have an increasing volume and sophistication of attacks. They continue to get more complex. There are scenarios where we can't stop all attacks. So what is our course of action for recovery and protection in our environments? Understanding that in some cases, integration is required, but it could be costly. And that's where we look at some tools like threat detection, not only through Defender on our endpoints, in our Microsoft cloud, but also in our data center, in our shop floors with Defender for IoT, and then understanding that it doesn't hurt to leverage automation and AI in that protection, and then involve humans when needed to be able to take action when those sensors detect a threat that needs a little bit of hands-on TLC. And so as we look at the modern landscape of threat protection, I see it as kind of 4 core paradigms of protection. Really, we want to protect our users, we want to protect our devices, we need to protect our IP as well as our data center. And then as we dig into each of those, we'll see what are some scenarios that we want to avoid, as well as what are some technologies that we can leverage to be able to provide us some of that protection. And so in this real life scenario, that I'll just leave it at that, customers' environment was compromised due to a bad actor who had access to a user system, and through lateral movement, they were able to find a critical service account with domain admin rights. That bad actor was able to cover the password with relative ease because it was a 5-letter dictionary word that had not been changed in years, running as a domain admin. So how are you securing your accounts and watching for irregular activity? The first case, which I hope everyone in this room and your companies are leveraging MFA. If you're not, please come talk to me. I'll give you a cheat sheet to make it happen quickly. But in between protecting with MFA and the growing increase of pretty much any cybersecurity insurance requirement requiring MFA, and even going into how your contractors access your network, how are they logging into VPN? How are they accessing your data center? Pretty much all of them ask, do you have MFA? And so this really is that first line of protection when it comes to making sure that your resources are secure. But then the second one is conditional access. it's easy to turn on MFA and blanket protect everything and aggravate your users with 40 authentication attempts a day. But using conditional access, we can make it smarter. So that way it's evaluating all those accesses. And if it sees that that user is still on a corporate machine and their device is healthy, then we're not going to bother you. But if you go off network, if you go home, if you get on another device, then we're going to challenge you for MFA, or maybe we're going to step you up and have additional levels of authentication. So using MFA and conditional access are those two ground level pieces of security that we can instigate to protect our users. But then leveraging tools like Defender for Identity, we can look at network and traffic analysis. We can look at things like security events that come out of Active Directory, data that doesn't live natively in the cloud. We're able to feed that data in and then correlate that to potentially other activity that we're seeing for the user, maybe in the Microsoft Cloud, maybe it's a SaaS application. We can correlate that activity to see if it's just isolated to on-prem, or maybe it just happens to be something that is spanning from on-prem into the cloud as well. And a lot of this uses the AI, it uses behavioral analytics to say, this user has not tried to ever log into this server via RDP ever. So that's an abnormal activity. We want to raise that as an alert. We want an administrator to take a look at this. So it's using that behavioral analytics to determine if any anomalies are being detected. And then on top of that, it is looking at real-time cloud-based detection. So it's correlating other information, resources in the cloud. It's looking to see if there's any other threats. It's seeing if there's any other security issues in the wild across other customers, or if it's just isolated to your particular environment. All that is leveraged through sensors that live on your domain controllers, and it feeds that data up into the Microsoft Cloud. And here are a few examples of some of those lateral movement scenarios that Defender for Identity looks for across not only looking at discovery, so if there's a bad actor trying to do reconnaissance against your network, looking for DNS, looking at your security principles through LDAP. It's looking at credential access. So is someone brute force trying to access a resource? Are they looking for accounts that are named root or admin, or something that is very widely known? Using those honey tokens, look for suspicious activity. It's using and evaluating for more sophisticated attacks that are lateral movement based, such as pass the ticket or pass the hash. And then persistence, where is some bad actor in your network have gone through these 3 steps, and then they are able to look at, do they have a golden ticket, or they're trying to do some form of data exfiltration within their environment, or maybe they have some sort of skeleton key or SMB packet manipulation, which is a part of a lot of companies' core business to be able to access those resources. And so protecting the user is one of our first lines of defense. And as we move into protecting the device, this is a more common story of looking at a sophisticated attack that involved credential theft, network and machine reconnaissance, overriding a printer driver, and achieving code execution on a process that had system level activity. So these are examples of real attacks that are out in the wild, and it's a 0-day exploit that Microsoft had seen and detected, and through tools like Defender able to stop. But the question we have to ask ourselves is, how are you actively monitoring your devices for complex attacks? And using tools like Defender, whether we are protecting a workstation that's on our plant floor, or one of our information workers in accounting, a laptop that just happens to be halfway around the world for one of our employees, or an IoT device that lives within our environment. All of that data we can correlate to one single unified view to be able to look at what is our inventory, what vulnerabilities might exist in our inventory, and continuously monitoring for threats across not only our corporate environment, but also our OT environment, whether that's through the agent or whether that's native to Windows, or whether that is agentless, just looking at certain network traffic to be able to see if there's any kind of abnormalities. And so As we look at our information workers, as we look at our frontline workers and devices, Defender for Endpoint is that first line of defense where we can leverage tools like threat and vulnerability management, attack surface reduction, which is native to Windows 10. Just it requires a little bit of policy management to be able to enable and to be able to report against. Looking at next generation protection, such as EDR capabilities that live with Defender for Endpoint, and taking that built-in Defender antivirus service to the next level, being able to use that in conjunction with endpoint detection and response, letting AI do some of the footwork for us through automated investigation. And then if all else fails and there's a threat that we see that looks suspicious, that hasn't been automatically remediated, or that someone on our security team can't resolve, that's when we can engage the Microsoft threat experts. All of these are components of Defender for Endpoint that you can leverage through centralized configuration, things like Endpoint Manager. And then if you're using other third-party security tools or SIEM tools, you can easily integrate to be able to read off that data as well to respond to. And so the biggest piece that I love with Defender for Endpoint that I've been educating a lot of my customers this year really is that threat and vulnerability management, where instead of using third-party tools like a Rapid7 or others in the environment that we see from a security stack perspective, all this is real-time data that we're able to pull off of any device that is sending that data into the Defender cloud, and that's usually through that Defender antivirus agent that lives on the device. So we can look at if specific applications we have installed, like at Adobe, or in these cases, now defunct Flash and Java, whether those have vulnerabilities or older versions are installed on our machines. If we have application runtime libraries that have exploits that are known, if there are application vulnerabilities or OS kernel vulnerabilities on older versions of operating systems that may live in our environment, those can be detected and reported, as well as hardware vulnerabilities, whether Intel or other manufacturers, they may have an old version of firmware installed that may be susceptible to threats. Those we can detect with threat and vulnerability management. And then to tighten down security, even in Windows 10, all of these are control sets that if you have the right PowerShell commands, you can enable them on your workstations. However, if you were to do that, it would be a lot of manual overhead, scripting to be able to use, where you can use tools like the Defender portal and Endpoint Manager to easily create a policy to be able to not only turn these on into enforcement mode to have that level of protection, but auditing mode. There's some really great reporting that Microsoft has rolled out into the Defender portals over the last couple of months, where I can turn this on in audit mode and I can look to see where each of these rule sets may have been triggered. And then all I have to do is say, okay, if I see that there's a specific policy set that isn't triggered through auditing, I want to put that in enforcement mode. And then if I see other policies that are being triggered through executables, that's when my IT team, along with my system admins and my endpoint management team, will do some investigation to determine why those are being triggered. If those need to go on a whitelist, which is a very real possibility, or maybe they just need to be remediated. Maybe it's an application, shouldn't be in the environment, maybe it needs to go, maybe it is actually a real threat. Attack surface reduction is an easy component to enforce security. It's built into Windows 10. And then to take protection to that next level through components like E5 that exist in that Defender Plan 2, we are able to leverage this next generation protection where a lot of the components that live on the endpoint client work in conjunction with AI in the cloud, looking at behavioral analytics, being able to look at file classification. A lot of this machine learning that Microsoft has in their Defender cloud, it's sharing that with our endpoints to say, this looks a little suspicious, let me check with the Defender cloud, okay, this is fine. But maybe there's a circumstance where there's a file that looks suspicious, that should be blocked. That's where this next generation protection is working in conjunction with the components of endpoint detection and response to be able to look at some of those advanced attacks that aren't your traditional ones that are based off of antivirus definitions, those sophisticated attacks that might be multi-staged. That's where looking at threats from a single machine across all of your landscape can help to build out some of these investigation responses. Maybe it's an incident, allows you to do some advanced hunting through KQL across the environment to look for dormant files or bad activity. We can leverage that through EDR and be able to take and do live response through a command line session inside of the browser without having to contact the user, start a team session, start a team viewer session, start a Vanguard session. Any of those, we can take instant response against a workstation as an admin and then determine if we need to isolate a machine or reach out to a user. So we've saved ourselves and the end user some of that experience from a support perspective by doing a little bit of that analysis beforehand. And then in a lot of cases, having that EDR capability doesn't even necessarily mean that you as a support admin or your support team have to take any action. Through auto incident response, it looks from an end user perspective, or even as an IT perspective, it looks like the steps that any one of us as a human, as an IT admin would take, and it does them automatically. And if it determines that it can't resolve it, in that case, it has the ability to either auto isolate, or in these cases, after determining that it's a threat and performing actions, if it determines that it needs to involve a human or someone on your team, then it can either repeat those detection steps, remediation steps, or create an incident for you to spend time and have your resources do some investigation against. And in some cases, we find that even that's not enough. Sometimes AI, sometimes the human touch requires us to reach out to an expert. And that's where we can leverage that Microsoft Threat Experts, even within the portal, even somewhere over and above a partner, and being able to escalate that to someone within Microsoft cybersecurity, or if they see a really bad threat in the wild, we can escalate to them where they're looking at some of those anomalies, and we can escalate to them as a threat expert to see if this is something that, what steps should we take to remediate this? Or is it something that could be a potential 0-day? And leveraging all of those sensors from all of those customers allow them to take those next steps forward. And managing not only our security posture for our security teams to look at these threats, that's where the Defender for Endpoint portal really acts as that policy enforcement, or that policy assessment vehicle. And then on our endpoint management side, or our desktop teams, that's where leveraging things like Endpoint Manager can perform some of that policy enforcement. Whether we need to turn the dials a little bit more on attack surface reduction rule, or we need to enforce a different device configuration or compliance policy. That's how Endpoint Manager and Defender really work hand in hand in conjunction with each other. And in some cases where we're leveraging maybe a MSSP, or we have a third-party application, or we have a technology partner where we need to leverage other attack simulations, network protection, threat intelligence, all those have real good integration into that Defender ecosystem, and it just continues to keep growing. And being able to leverage maybe third-party or custom orchestration, reporting through an external application, the seamless integration for Defender. Defender has really grown over the last few years. And so we talk about Defender for our information workers, we talk about Defender for frontline workers. How does Defender take us a step further to protect our OT, our operations, things that could potentially impact our customers? In this scenario, hackers had infiltrated a critical safety system used in a nuclear oil and gas power plant. And those bad actors were using a sophisticated malware to take remote control of the system. So while some of the employees were using controls to enter a fail-safe mode, hackers were attempting to reprogram them. So this is a real example of how Defender and those threats are not only impacting you and your business, but could potentially affect lots of customers that you work with as well. So how are you protecting your business operations from impacting your clients? And looking at your enterprise of things, it's not necessarily just IoT, but it's everything within your operations. How do we look at it from the perspective of traditional endpoint to taking that a step further? How are we leveraging Defender for IoT to protect our corporate IoT, our networks? Looking at our industrial core for our OT and our general purpose of IoT. How are we using agentless monitoring to protect our resources? And then layered on top of that, even some of the greenfield components that we are developing to take our operations to the next level through things like dedicated IoT. How are we looking at sensors and other purpose-built IoT methods and providing that same level of protection that we talked about for our endpoints and extend that across our operations? That's where we can leverage Defender for IoT and the security threat intelligence to protect all of those resources in the exact same way with ML and AI, and being able to discover devices within our environment, being able to prevent safety incidents, being able to have an easy deployment to all of our resources. And on top of that, integrate with our security response, being able to leverage things like Sentinel to have unified monitoring and governance, all while supporting our on-premise and connected environments. And so as we look at what is the future for some of our trusted cyber systems for operations, we're able to look at that methodology where we are looking at that separation of critical execution, inspectability of execution processes, active stability of processing environments, and minimizing the number of entities that need to be trusted, all being able to leverage that tamper-resistant log entry and protecting that data execution through that trusted execution environments.
So if you look at the diagram, right, this particular case, the level of trust is actually coming from the die itself of the CPU that you're going to use. So a lot of these actually go back down to that. So if you're looking at, for example, right, there's Intel SGX that has been cracked already, but there is updates for that. And in, ARM Trust Zone, right, those are the biggest basic key points you use on top of your traditional Defender for IoT. The Defender for IoT is going to give you the underlying structure. And then on top of that, like this is going to allow this. And as funny enough, the TCPS is actually has additional layer. You guys need to that layer if you want to actually get to that traditional security. I can actually get a device manufacturer, particularly for the super trust case where a OS is trusted from the time you actually boot up to the two different Ethernet points that comes along with it. And even those actually data that comes out are encrypted via blockchain. So we can actually get to the level. Microsoft has a technology for that, and talk to me about it. I can go extreme, like do a nuclear level, like military grade. So.
Wendy, you want to say anything about the enhanced device boot?
Oh, yeah.
And sure. Update security as well?
So when you look at it, right, earlier, we were talking about Defender for IoT and Defender in general. Notice I'm actually running a Mac laptop over there. I actually write code on both Windows and other devices as well. So we can actually do that. That particular system will work on both Windows, Mac, and Linux, right, across the board. Additionally, when you're looking at IoT devices, I talked about the die earlier. The time you actually, this is coming from the die itself, right, meaning the CPU chip itself. The time you actually boot up that power on that die, everything needs to be trusted and secured. Right this level, I can literally take a CPU out right now, and if I was a bad actor, ship out the CPU and the EEPROM and have it deciphered, rewrite it, so that I can actually start booting my own instruction set afterwards if I want to. So all of these need to be trusted. Once, even if you boot up, right, your secure boot then actually picks up. Either Windows or Linux will actually come in at the point, and boot manager will come in. All of these are daisy chained, so you trust one side, security chain, another one comes in, and then the Windows code integrity or whatever code integrity comes in, kernel comes up. And in the case of IoT devices, you should be actually locking everything down to a point where Tom knows that, right? It's like we actually locked everything down to a point where the moment in theory, right, I can take a hard drive out, plug my own executable in and run it. And in this case, it won't run because now everything needs to be code signed from the time you actually boot up. That's the level of trust. That's the level of, solid enclosure you need to ensure that even on the floor, right? Because on the floor, you're trusting the network to cover you. But what happens if I take the device out of it? Go home, plug a new hard drive in and see what happens. You need to be able to make sure that none of those are bootable. this is the level of the security you guys need to actually looking at to truly get a manufacturing floor that is trusted. So we can talk more.
Yes, definitely. If you have more questions about security devices, Lynn is your man. So thank you for that. Outside of protecting our users and protecting our devices, how are we protecting our intellectual property or the intellectual property of our customers? They entrust to us. In a scenario where a customer was explicitly targeted by a bad actor who emailed key information, looking up contact information on LinkedIn, and was able to represent themselves as a trusted resource in an organization, imitating a high-level executive. This was a very targeted attack where that employee, they looked at the email, it looked legitimate, and so they sent out personal information that with PII back to that bad actor. In this case is very mild. I think we've all heard cases where the same thing has happened, imitating an executive, asking for a wire transfer. It happens more often than you think. And so this is where, not only how are we looking at the flow of data in our organization, but coming out of it as well, to where using tools like Defender for Office 365, going through 4 different layers of protection. If we look at that Defender for Office 365 Plan 2, which is a part of the E5, all of these layers of detection are passed through by an incoming email before it is actually handed off to a user. And so from things like bulk filtering and looking at SPFs to looking at heuristics and content filtering and ML models, all the way down to determining if it's a phishing campaign or it's something happening within your Office suite. If it's a bad URL that's in a document, it's pulling that out of the document before a user even has an opportunity to click it. Or in some cases, it's an attachment that is analyzed in a sandbox and determined that it is malicious and never makes it to that end user's mailbox, and some sort of alert goes to either IT or it goes into some sort of IT quarantine. So this would have protected from that phishing attempt that looked like an executive. And then protecting our intellectual property inside of the organization, not only with applications that we leverage, but also ones we don't know about through shadow IT, being able to protect our assets using that security in the Microsoft cloud, adding that layer of CASB, but also one of my favorite components, how this actually connects to Defender for Endpoint. I can maintain a list of sanctioned and sanctioned applications, executables, URLs, and so really this does become kind of like your giant CASB and web filter, even on disconnected devices that no longer have to have any sort of line of sight to your environment or connection to your environment. I can take a laptop halfway around the world and hook it up in a coffee shop and try to type in a URL. It's going to block me because Defender for Endpoint has sent down instructions that that particular website or those executables or that category of website that they were trying to access is on a bad list. And then outside of the data coming into our organization, how we access our applications, what are we doing to leverage data protection? How are we looking at our information? How are we governing that information? How are we looking at insider risk potentially of that data coming out of our organization and being able to respond to it? Purview is that unified story to be able to provide that data protection, as well as leveraging compliance management across the board, across all of these different tool sets, to where we can protect and govern data where it lives through data analytics, through data classification, looking at labeling that's now native in the Office apps and in the Office web apps, being able to do some multi-stage disposition review of data and being able to have adaptive retention policies, but also extending some of that DLP coverage, even into third-party browsers like Chrome, being able to look at on-premise file repositories as well as on our endpoints and be able to have alerts. So we have one unified solution to be able to seamlessly protect and govern our data within our environment. And then extending from there, now that we've looked at the protection story for our identities, our devices, our data, how do we protect some of our most valued and most expensive assets? that live in our data centers, whether that's our cloud or third-party cloud. And in this customer scenario, in being able to access and compromise a workstation, they were able to laterally remove to different workstations, finally making it into the data center. And after decrypting a privileged account password, they deployed a crypto locker to all their servers, leading to weeks of downtime and lost productivity and revenue, which is a nightmare and a worst case D-Day scenario for any organization. So how are you monitoring connectivity to your resources in your data center? Now, even in the cases of looking at a scenario like this, so this is an attack chain that we look at a lot of the different resources, 3389 in a lot of cases, to be able to access and manage servers is traditionally wide open. Being able to grab some credentials and using SMB to use brute force and doing port scans on a lot of our resources in our data center, we're able to use credential dumping tools and then turn off security controls. And so, looking at that attack chain, these are a lot of ports of communications through things like SMB, through WMI, and WinRM and RDP. These are common ports and protocols that a lot of organizations have open. Even in the case of doing microsegmentation, that's when we have to look at firewalling to take that security to the next level, to take zero trust to that next level, and to secure our assets without impacting our operations. And so we talked about the Defender story, not only on the desktop and not only on our devices that live within our information workers are using, our frontline workers are using, but then how do we extend that protection into our cloud? How do we protect our VMs, our containers, our traffic, our databases, our applications, and how do we monitor that from a multi-cloud perspective? Whether this lives in Azure Cloud or in Amazon Cloud or in Google Cloud, being able to have that seamless story of protection from PC to server is where we can have some of that comprehensive threat protection, not only for our native Azure workloads and our hybrid workloads, but also threat protection on that service layer as well. So I like this picture because what it does is it really allows us to see how to not only protect and detect resources and threats within our devices and our users, but also be able to extend that into our data center to be able to protect with tools like Defender for Cloud, Defender Firewall, and some of the other Defender and Azure Marketplace compatible resources. So add on these layers of protection all within one platform. But we don't have to look at other third parties to protect, to where we can leverage machine learning and correlating events and then leverage some of the recovery tools, not only for protecting our end users and empowering them, but also inside of our data center as well. And so the last component that I want to have us think about as well when it comes to protecting our data center really does extend also to protecting our IP, our apps, and our users. And when all else fails, what are you doing for your backups? In this scenario for G&J Pepsi, which is one of the distributors, they had an incident happen about a year ago over Labor Day where they were attempting to access resources, they were blocked, and in the middle of the night, they were able to determine that it was a ransomware attack. And so even with those layers of protection, they had been leveraging Azure Backup to have weekly copies of their servers. And then within that particular attack, they determined that there was a fake penetration tester that was in their environment that opened up a bad actor to come into their system and to establish this ransomware attack. But in the end, thanks to things like Azure Backup, they were able to leverage and restore 90%. They were able to restore a lot of their servers. Most of the company didn't even realize that there had been an attack. They were able to recover in an 8-hour period of time, 7-hour period of time. And then a lot of the critical systems that were running on Azure were not lost because they had good backups. So when all else fails, with all the levels of protection, looking at how we're backing up our resources to where we can quickly recover is a key component of protecting our data center as well, both in our private cloud that may live on-prem, but also in our public clouds that could extend into Azure and beyond. And so finally, I want to have us think about our security operations. Is that last piece of security. This has been a really hot one over the last couple of weeks. Uber had underfunded some of their security operations, and then next thing you know, that a bad actor had infiltrated their network. They had a data leak and compromised systems, and they even had the bad actor posting on their Slack channels as that particular bad actor, getting them to go through and do these MFA attempts, saying that they were IT to be able to reset their credentials. In this case, having that underfunded security operations has led them to a rash of hirings in the security field within the organization. So, looking at how we manage and respond to security threats so we can see them quickly, so we can respond to them quickly, is just as important as the tool sets that we have to protect our environments. And so as we look at that corporate IT SOC structure, we talked about endpoints and identities and apps and the data center, and being able to protect those and our networks, having a depth of tool sets to look at alerts and do investigations is very critical, but then having a tool set that gives us a unified view of all of these activities within our environment is where Sentinel really does come in and shine, not only as a SIEM, but also as a sword where we can quickly respond to any threats that happen across the landscape that we have detected, and allows us to collect data not only from Microsoft Cloud resources, but other resources that live on-prem. It supports all the, right now I think over 120 different pre-wired integrations. It also has incident response built into them. It has connectors for partner solutions and other security tools within the landscape, and for some of those platforms, servers, apps, maybe even house-grown applications, it can read a lot of those standard log formats to support a variety of sources. And then using ML, using rule sets, using that bring your own ML model, as well as user entity behavior. Kind of like what we talked about with Defender for Identity, it's able to take all of the ML models, all the signals, and all the insights to leverage a better response tool set across all of your different resources. And since it has been released in 2018, the number of false positives due to all of these resources is drastically lowered in being able to give you just those incidents that are a real threat to the environment, to where if you do need to do investigation, you can leverage AI, you can do hunting at scale, you can get automated guidance from within Sentinel, you can actually visualize the entire attack, which is an amazing tool to be able to see all the potential resources and lateral movement that a threat could potentially leverage, and then from there leverage pre-built queries and Azure notebooks to walk you through guided response and being able to look for any sort of risks. And with things like Azure notebooks, with queries, IT departments have seen a drastic reduction in investigative efforts compared to other third-party SIEM tools. And through things like orchestration, through logic apps, through third-party systems, and being able to report any sort of incidents and automation, we can build out our own security operations, our own playbooks, and integrate within our own tools to take not only industry best practices, but the community. The Sentinel community has just been phenomenal. If you go on LinkedIn and look at their community, there's 7,000 members of the community, and they're very active, they're very vibrant, and they are contributing to a lot of the development and the rapid development of this as a world-class SIEM tool. And so as we close, as we think about, once again, where are ways that we can close the gaps when it comes to security, I want to leave us with these critical projects to get to zero trust, where we're looking at autopilot, we're looking at Defender for Endpoint, Azure AD Join for those resources that are still on-prem, things like Cloud Labs, Defender for IoT to protect our assets on our operation floors. As we think about modernizing our collaboration, again, looking at how we're moving email and file and collaboration, teamwork, even voice into the cloud, but then we're also leveraging things like DLP and labeling with Purview. And then finally, from a security, identity, and compliance perspective, taking conditional access to the next level, looking at Defender in the data center, Sentinel for Siemens SOAR, and then that full micro segmentation of our networks across our environment. With that, I appreciate your time. Any questions? Yes.
Yeah, you give an example about a hacker got in via a fake MFA. I'm just wondering, like, when I get the authentication notification, it's very easy to.
Yes.
I mean, that Microsoft logo is very
Sure.
easily copied, and we know that companies, especially if it's a compliance guideline where you have to have MFA, are you seeing hackers put out more
Fake MFAs?
fake MFAs?
Yes.
Because I mean, phishing is very popular, right? But employees have been trained what to look for, like the domain, misspellings, hover over links, what have you. How can we determine fake MFA?
So one of the ways to do that would be to look at some of the methods, like the phone call and the text authentication methods could traditionally be less secure. Moving to more secure MFA, Microsoft has introduced more context in MFA to where it's in public preview right now, but inside of the Authenticator app, you can actually have it show you the geolocation of the person that initiated the request. And it also will allow you to do, if you have a live account, if any of you have kids or are Xbox fans, you've seen the two-factor where you have to put in the code on the screen, you can actually add that as an additional factor now in MFA. So there are ways to enhance MFA. And then one of the things I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that fishless MFA that they just released, to be able to take that step up for certain protected systems where, yeah, you can do that first level of authentication, but this is a critical system. So now I need to put in FIDO2 key. So you can enhance the security through MFA, and those are real capabilities that you could leverage right now.
I mean, because if I'm not at my computer and then I get the notification, okay, that's fine. But there's sometimes where, you get the reset and then I feel like I get it out of nowhere. So I'm like, is this even legit? So cool.
I have circumstances where I've working with a customer, and I know a couple other people on my team are also working on that project, and we have one account, we have 3 people set up an MFA, and there'll be one time I'll be working, and then I'll go to send an MFA request, it's denied. It's like, okay, well, I know that's someone else that is looking out for the best interest of that customer, not accepting it if they weren't doing the work. So those are circumstances where education comes into play too, what to look for. But that additional capability inside of MFA, definitely take a look at it. It's under authentication methods and under Microsoft Authenticator. Turn that on.
Thank you.
How sophisticated or how easy is it to manage the microsegmentation with Defender or with the Defender tools?
I would say, again, it's part of that journey in terms of understanding your network landscape, and then taking those efforts to lock down and isolate it. Being able to use Defender as a tool to enable that, I think it's more the visibility. So you can use Defender to automatically scan network segments to be able to look for unknown or unallowed devices, but to be able to use it as a tool to enhance those efforts forward, I think that's probably more.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't. To be able to use it as a tool to enhance those efforts is more monitoring than really that planning and execution.
One other micro-segmentation scenario that we've been running into is, especially on the data center side, is it's pretty not often that companies have done it in the on-premise environment. So when companies are pursuing a cloud migration and moving the on-premise data center to the cloud in some capacity, that's a really good time to combine that with micro-segmenting those workloads, because you have to figure out what they talk to you anyway. So as you move the workload, you have to determine what on-premises it's communicating with, and what applications and when, and so on. So when you move that up, you're creating this resource group that has a network security group on it, and that's a good point to, instead of doing any on that resource group, to define micro-segmentation rules for that application that gets moved. So that cloud migration is really a great point of opportunity to implement micro-segmentation on the data center side.
I just want to do it at endpoint level. I mean, we've looked at some products that do it, and they're pretty cool, but No, I just thought maybe Microsoft security is getting better.
All right, let's have a nice little warm. And for a quick little closing segment, I'd like to bring Michael Walton up, he's from Microsoft. He has a great couple of things to wrap it up for the day. Michael?
Yeah, I'm gonna really try hard to keep you on time out, so that you'll be in pretty good shape, so. Let's see. And
if you guys, well, there's a few minutes, if you haven't filled out the survey already, if you fill that out, then there's gonna be a drawing for AirPods. So if you wanna just take a few minutes, there's a link to scan on the agenda, if you wanna fill that out.
And you must be present to win.
Yeah, so you must be present to win.
Even if you didn't like a small survey.
Like some of you.
Okay, so, Michael Walton, I've been in manufacturing other than being in the US Army. I'm retired as a colonel from the Army. Manufacturing is all I've ever done. And ironically, I was an engineer in the Army. So a lot of my time I spent in the Army was actually looking at the new requirements for common off-the-shelf experiences to support what our mission was for manufacturers. So I just pretty much all I've ever done. Even when I was a kid, I grew up in a manufacturing plant that my parents owned, making furniture. So no matter what I can do, it just doesn't seem like I can escape manufacturing, which I love. I'm going to share with you very close a little bit just to close out the day. I want to respect your time. So with that being said, let me move to this next slide. You heard a lot of great use cases and anecdotal evidence today from Tim as a customer and Generac to all the way through security. And every time I hear the security briefing, I want to thank you for giving me new buzzwords that I didn't even know existed, like golden token, or was honey tokens. Yeah. And ironically, in security, a lot of your terms are like ones we use in warfare. So, so it's pretty interesting. Over here, these are companies that are manufacturers that collaborate with us in the World Economic Forum to be evaluated to prove whether or not digital transformation is really adding value. And when you look over here, this is a summary. There's a lot more KPIs under it. But you can see from factory output increased, productivity increasing, OEE, as they matured on this, on the maturity curve, how much value and impact they were getting. I've witnessed some amazing transformational use cases that it's almost hard to believe. I'm getting older, maybe that's what it is. Because, when back in the day, I would have never told you that just a $149 camera could actually tell me the difference of black on black that the human eye can't even see. I would have told you that's a FLIR camera that's going to be, $4,000 or something like that, and some $150,000 X-ray at end of line quality check thing. And it's just not true anymore. With Microsoft Custom Vision, we're doing it all the time. We're seeing fabrics from companies that make things like, the seals that go around, from engines, gas engines to pneumatic devices, and being able to make sure that fabric is actually high quality. Something that's that low level with an edge device and a camera is about less than $1,000 to solve. You're just like, is that real? But it is. I would argue that a lot of the work the capability was available a decade ago. It was just too expensive. That's all. I mean, manufacturers we are what we are. I mean, I'm a knuckle dragger. I still drive a truck I just bought a new one for other reasons, but I'm giving my son my 320,000 mile truck, my Ford F-150 that I just drove to Atlanta and back. So, that's what our DNA is in most cases, right? We don't like to spend money for the sake of spending money or getting a blinking light because it's cool. It's got to have a purpose, a real purpose. And these are real outcomes that I can tell you I see even in the SMB space.
companies that are, 250 million in revenue, not necessarily having to be the biggest ones. So of that, I could have talked about COVID, and I know we're exiting the pandemic, and it changed a lot of behaviors of companies and how we work. But I wanted to tell you that besides that, here are some core drivers. I often get asked, I just can't get my leadership team to agree. And I ask you to consider how you're asking. Often we ask in a way like it's an IT way. Maybe ask it or get your business people to ask you around how can we help the bottom line by improving digital operations around manufacturing and supply chain. What are those key KPIs that you can, as professionals, go affect? How can we do better cash flow analysis outside of, more real time with insights that predict when we're seeing anomalies occurring in our cash flow, or predicting demand, or you heard so many use cases today around EBITDA improvement, how to drive service-based models, speed about innovation. Any engineers in here? Excellent. What's the number one thing you think that engineers in a recent survey said that frustrates them the most, that they waste the most time on? Let's guess.
Waste the most time on? I've been out of the career program.
It's okay. Let's guess. Anybody?
Mine tells me working with IT.
That's probably a good one. That's why we're seeing some engineering firm companies departments. They seem to be building IT resources. So I can tell you what it is, and it's been solved long ago, but we just haven't given it to them. That's rework. Just simply trying to find the very design diagram or bill of material that went with a product that you sold 10 years ago. And you have to redo all that work. It happens so much in it. And they don't want to tell, many times they say that I don't want to tell the truth, because if I do, then I'm perceived that I'm not doing my job. And I'm just saying to you that we've got tons of capabilities. We've solved these problems for them over and over. So ask yourself why is it that we're not communicating in a way that lets them solve these problems? Because cloud search or indices search, making extensible search of old ERPs and old data sets and everything available to everybody, and that's been solved over a decade ago. So just think about that for a moment, that still today, usually the highest priced knowledge worker being an engineer, it still can't properly do search, and they're doing rework. And then, of course, sustainability. I heard a great commercial this morning on my way over. Hey, the we can safe light, we can replace commercial? They'll come and do replace your windshield. They spent half the commercial time talking about recycling your windshield. It's very interesting. So it's here to stay. It's very real. My daughter is not unlike most daughters in college. She actually looks at where the products came from, and she's not going to buy products that she doesn't feel are sustainable. It's a reality. And then this is what we've done through that research. You saw some of the key drivers that are out there when you're talking with your constituents about how IT can help them. What is the outcome they're trying to drive? What's that financial value? How are you going to help transform work? And so we've got these 5 industry priority scenarios. And I got to tell you, just as a heads up, these are amazing at categorizing how you do your digital transformation. They are amazing buckets to do it. So with concurrencies trained in this, they know we have a whole world of use cases under this that are all organized by financial value with KPIs. So if you're saying man, I'd like to engage with, engineering or HR, I want to talk to the plant floor, you have somebody you can call that understands how that works and the KPI measures to have that dialogue and what the financial possibility outcomes are for driving and why they would want to use it to build their business case. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. They've got a lot of maturity in the space. between Microsoft and them. And by the way, did you all know that Microsoft would still be a top 500 manufacturer if we remove our software revenue? Anybody know that? That's how ginormous the manufacturing side of Microsoft is. And it's to no surprise that Microsoft itself, we use our own tools. By the way, we get no discount. We have to pay full retail for it, which is really not fun. But the long story short is that the things we're telling you, we often have done for ourselves. But not like you think, well, it's Microsoft, you got all this. It's not like that at all. We've got a manufacturing operation the same as you do. We have budgets the same as you. But I wanted to tell you these because you heard of them today. You heard engage my customers as Generac as our starting position, and how they engage and transform the customer experience and moving to an energy technology company. And then some of the cases that you heard from Nathan around how we were going to build not just factories, but supply chain, and how they marry to one another from, hey, if I can predict my demand cycles, I can do better at my inventory, and I can ensure that my planning in the factory is better. And so we have fewer changeovers, and things are more orchestrated, and you're reducing your cost to build something and improving output. That's what he was showing you today on that linear line of a customer that was saved over $50 million in inventory evaluation. But what that graph didn't show was that same customer has been able to improve themselves to a 98.9 on time in full delivery globally. Just unheard of kinds of numbers. They're not a build to order, right? So it's through prediction. They've been able to do it. They're in better class than their competitors like HP. You heard just recently around security, and of course you also heard about data maturity and data analytics. And then like as in transforming your workforce, you heard that in almost every one of the presentations today. Like we were talking yesterday about a trend that I'm seeing almost every manufacturer asking for help with, that I've been talking to in the last post-pandemic is, can you please make our conference rooms and the work at work better experience than they get at home? Because at home you have a dedicated camera. I'm speaking, it's my picture-in-picture, I've got record, I can do all these things, and I then go to work, and I'm in a conference room that basically, I gotta fight with everything to get a conversation, and if there's a big board, and there's a camera, I don't know who's talking most of the time, unless I know their voice, I know who they are. So they're asking for more enriching experiences in the office to get employees to wanna come back to the office more. So I'm seeing that in transform work right now as a key thing. I'm going to close with one very interesting story that I wanted to share with you, because I know there's some companies in here that make tools and other things. And this company is very, very interesting, because when I first met with them, they were absolutely very strong-minded about they're the best in their plant. Is there a Stanley Black & Decker person?
No, they're competition, that's all.
I'm sorry. He said they're the best. He said they are the best. So I love betting Reese Cups. I mentioned it earlier. The challenge was laid down. We could take a line and we would guarantee that there was ROI that was untapped, that continuous improvement has not yet seen. It's there in front of you. It's just not seen. So we connected the line, just simple devices like vibration sensors, because a lot of the line was old. You didn't have a PLC we could tap into and get a lot of great data from. And I can tell you that data doesn't lie.
They break a lot.
They do break a lot. They do. That's why they're cheap. So they are. These third-party sensors are pretty cheap. You can get pretty nifty with those things. Long story short is they actually will come to your plant and benchmark you now. Not competition, but others. I just had them go to another customer of mine and benchmark their plant processes because they learn from the people that they do this for. The organization hearing their readout gets a great readout, and they also learn more about different ways of doing things so they can improve their factories. So I wanted to close with that one to say to you that it's not far-fetched to say that you can get a lot of maturity in your processes pretty quick through digital transformation. And you heard a lot of great use cases. There's fast maturing going on right now in this space. And I'm hoping that you at least took one thing. If I could just get one volunteer to please tell me one thing that you learned at this conference today that you thought was valuable. Just one thing. Anybody? Gotta be one thing, somebody. You didn't learn anything?
Don't be shy. I did.
Any one thing stand out?
One thing is around the data. So I'm taking the data and applying it a little differently. I'm not part of a big data warehouse or anything, but in our CMDB for ServiceNow, one of the things that I think we need to do a better job on is setting expectations of what that core critical foundational data is, getting a leadership alignment on that, because if you have different leaders looking for different data in the CMDB, everyone's looking at it from a different point of view. So if we don't get that, I don't know if the certification is the right word, but if we don't get that level set across our leadership, it's never going to meet the needs of what they're expecting it to be.
Well, Nathan and I are big advocates of pick 1 to 3 KPIs that you're going to build to. Because, by the way, when you do it that way, you're getting everybody alignment so that you're not having to compete with. But I thought, and why isn't it like this? And I tell you, everybody knows this that's in here from manufacturing. How do you calculate OEE? Just operational equipment efficiency. And every customer I go to, they do it differently. I swear, I've got not much hair left to pull out, but it is absolutely confounding for me to just understand one basic KPI. This is how you calculate it, but that everybody does it differently. All the same, I hope you learned something. Concurrency, thank you very much for this wonderful experience. Thank you all for staying and being wonderful participants. And I hope you'll stay around a little while. I think you want to close us out.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do, okay, yes, so I pulled up everybody who responded on a spreadsheet, and these are random number generator, you have to be present to win. Here. Okay, actually, number one is James Moulter. Are you here? Okay, you're the lucky winner of the AirPods.
Exactly. Awesome, but so for those I don't know, I'm Tabitha Frosine, I'm Director of Sales, but thanks again everyone for coming up here, and especially, some traveled a few hours and stayed overnight to make sure that they were here. Hopefully this is a fun break from getting out of the office. I know some folks aren't able to get into in-person. There's a lot of webinars and tech sessions, but hope that you guys gain a lot of insights today. I hope we made some good networking connections. If there are decks that you are interested in, please reach out to us, especially Tim did say he'd be willing on some of his slides if you guys were interested, but to reach out directly. But we're definitely excited to keep this conversation going. I hope you got a lot of valuable insights and hope you have a good night. And feel free to stop by. I think Brian's hosting down in the cafe if you do want to stick around a little while before you leave and tap into the calculator.
Do we have to use his picture? Use my picture. My badge doesn't really have a picture on it anymore, but no, actually we've got the taps unlocked for everybody, so feel free to come out and have a beer if you can play with the device. Let's go.
But yeah, but extra thank you to Michael Walton for being here. Awesome job, our solution architects and other speakers. Thank you, Amy, for all the setup, and Amy as well, and our marketing team for getting this together. And then thank you again for coming and being a part of this. So appreciate it.
Very nice.